Israel to receiving the families.
And we don't know the 13 that were released. We don't know the names. The Israeli government knows who they are. Those 13 are. But the Thai, what's the significance of the Thai prisoners being?
That is not part of the deal. That was part of a separate agreement between Hamas and the Thai government. As we understand, with the involvement of Iran, the good relations between Thailand and Iran in that case, that was not part in any sort of manner with the Israeli deal with Hamas, using that opportunity. And we're seeing
last pictures. There's something happening right there on the border. We're seeing a crowd now race towards the front. If you're just joining us now on I-24 News, this is the Rafah crossing in Egypt that borders Gaza. This is where the 13 Israeli hostages will be sent. They'll be sent there. From what we are told, they just now here at I-24 News, we've been confirmed that they have been released into the hands of the Red Crescent. The Red Crescent will then take them across the border into Egypt. From there, they will be shuttled into Israel in an Air Force base and then debriefed, checked out medically. That's the most important part, that they're checked out medically. I just want to let everyone know that we're now joined here in studio by Major General Eitan Dangot, who's the former coordinator for COGAT, which is the large group that dealt with the Palestinian territories. You're seeing these images. What's your initial reaction to all of this?
First of all, for me, it's a memory from the release of Gilad Shalit. I was that time the coordinator of government activities, and I was appointed myself at the point where all the butchers were brought back to Egypt and then to Gaza, and we saw the exchange. What you see now in the picture from Rafah, what was reported is probably the fact that the hostages were moved to the hands of the Red Cross. It doesn't mean whether they cross Rafah crossing. So till they're crossing Rafah, that will be the point that I can tell you it's on its way. Because when you know those people, you cannot trust them till we see, in fact, that the things are going. What is going, that Egyptian representatives are standing now inside the Gaza area in Rafah and waiting for the Red Cross, and have to move them outside of the gate. From the gate, on the Egyptian side, there is a road. Is very narrow to the fence, around 14.5 kilometers, something like driving 10 minutes, and they will come to the gate of the Kerem Shalom area, where there is the commercial crossing by Israel that was, of course, explosion at the time when was the 7th of October. Then there is a gate. It will be open from Egypt to Israel, and then driving around 6 minutes towards a place that IDF has a base there, where Gilad Shalit was brought there as well, and then they will be checked medically by Israeli IDF team, and from there will be decided to move them to one of the Air Force bases, probably you mentioned, and from there to hospitals.
First going to Hatzarim base, that is the initial point of concentration, and then moving to the Israeli hospitals, several hospitals designated specifically to treat those Israelis. They'll be transferred by helicopters, 4 helicopters that are waiting for them. A first phone call will be held with the families in Hatzarim, and then transferred by these helicopters with a special unit of the Israeli Air Force rescue team that also was given a very special treatment. And we are hearing that the Israeli hostages will make their way into Israel through the Nitzana crossing. That is a crossing on the Israeli desert, crossing between Israel and Egypt, slightly to the southeast of the Rafah crossing. From there, they will make their way into Hatzarim. Initial medical examination there, first phone call with the families, then transferred to Soroka and to other hospitals as needed in accordance to their medical condition.
General Dangot, you have something to add?
If they are going to Nitzana, it means they are going a little bit farther towards the southeast in order to get the range from the border, because this place also can be with those psychological people. You can have motors also. So what I would like to say about the Thai people, that there are 24, and you see from the beginning 2 activities that were were made independent by Hamas and Iran. First of all, the negotiation between Tai and Tehran with Hamas to get points about releasing their people there. And there was another meeting, if you remember, in Moscow with the foreign affairs minister from Moscow, with only delegation with Hamas. I will not be surprised if not in the next after it will be Israeli civilian that have Russian passport, again in order that Hamas is looking an Iranian to give credits to those who are partners and to get credit as they are a peacekeeping forces, of course, by releasing it independent.
Well, that's what I want to bring up with Ambassador Ayalon, and it seems as though what they're trying to do is score points in the international world stage.
Yes, of course. And, the first thing what they've been trying to do is an analogy between, as savages, who kidnapped 9 months old babies, who turned 10 months old in captivity, and elderly women and Holocaust survivors, but mostly women and children. So what are they doing now? They are demanding for the release from Israel also of youngsters, who are 16, 17, 18-year-old or Israeli, who are in Israeli jail. They were terrorists. Whether they are women or whether they are youngsters, it doesn't matter. They held knives in their hands in order to kill people. But what they want to see, the visuals, they want to see young versus young, as if Israel is also like them, holding unjustifiably in prisons younger, people and women as well.
And then they would go into Instagram stories, TikTok stories from there, and then it would be, demonstrations in the streets of New York, London, Paris, wherever it may be. Ambassador, I'm going to have you hold on for 1 second. I'm going to go now to Raz Matalon. He's the brother-in-law of Yossi and Eli, who are being held hostage right now by Hamas. Raz, thank you very much for joining us. You watching these videos, I'm sure you're waiting with bated breath. You're hoping that maybe it could be your own brother-in-law that's there. How do you feel?
Look, these are very difficult time for the families. You have to understand that we, the families, are also being held as hostage. What I feel is that anyone who holds Western values, anyone who believes in human rights, is being kidnapped. Anyone who believes in women's rights or the welfare of the child is being kidnapped. So even those who fight for the environment, everyone is being kidnapped. And if they don't know that, they will know it eventually. So we are very happy for all the ones that are going to be released. Of course, some of them we might even know in the coming days. But at the same time, we are very worried because the first, as they call it, the deal is the simple one. As we go along, it's going to be difficult. And Eli and Yossi, my family, they are not children, they are not women, they are not old, but God knows well and how they are treated and what are their conditions. And they are also parents for children, they have academic degree, they have jobs, and just went to sleep in their bed, and they woke up in the morning being kidnapped by the most violent organizations in the history of mankind. So we are very worried. At the same time, we are very happy for all the families that we see their loved ones.
Guys, I'm sure you're a little angry that the Red Cross has not been able to make contact at all with Yossi and Eli. I wonder if you're also angry at the way that this has been portrayed in the world media, the world stage. I mean, if you can't turn on any social media network right now, they seem to have forgotten Yossi and Eli.
Yeah. Just the fact that we are discussing the proper market price of human beings, children and women and male citizens and foreign citizens and soldiers. This means that our Western values are in deep danger. Look, we lost 5 members of our family. 3 were murdered, and 2 of them were...
Stand by guys, I'm going to have you stand by 1 second. We're getting some breaking news now into I-24. Let me get to Guy about this guy. Go ahead.
A very initial report we're getting from Egyptian media that the 13 Israeli hostages
have been released and transferred into the hands of the Red Crescent at the Red Cross at this very hour. This is the report that we're getting from Egypt, still to be confirmed. But obviously, if that is correct, that is good news, as Mr. Dangot explained here. That is a big breakthrough. Once they make their way through the Rafah crossing into Egypt, Israel can feel a lot more secure that it will get those hostages. While they're still in Gaza, in the hands of Hamas, completely different story.
So, if I may, General Dangot, time-wise, from the moment that they are being given to the Red Cross, the border, how much time do you think of a drive that is?
I believe they are very close because Hamas bringing them very close to the Rafah because they didn't want to show how they moved and how they don't know how many places they've been collected, whether they were centralized in one place before. So it means it's a procedure that is very close to the crossing. It means that it's going to ambulance checking by Red Cross, and very important task of fulfilling in these moments the Egyptian representative that has to solve very sensitive seconds and to speed up the procedure. They know who is the other partner, and they are trying to move them as rapid as they can make this procedure to the Egyptian side.
Can I ask the patrolman, is Raz Matalon still with us or not?
Yeah.
Hi, guys, if I can, you're watching this video of all the people who are racing up to the front. I wonder if any of your family members, are they there staying home, or are they headed towards the south to wherever it may be, just in case it might be one of your family members?
No. Actually, this is not happy days for us. We are not going to be in the coming days reunited with our family because both Eddie and Yossi are in their 50s, and in this trademark, I don't know how to say, a price for the human being. Our loved ones will not be released in the coming days. And so we are very happy for all the families that are going to be united with their loved ones, but this is not happy days for us. Although I really happy for the families that will see their loved ones.
Great, Razmat, I'm going to have you hold for one moment, and as we're still monitoring these pictures you're seeing on your screen right now, this is the Rafah crossing where the 13 hostages will be arriving at some point. They're now in the hands of the Red Crescent, in case you're just joining us, for our viewers around the world, United States, France, and all over the world. Let me go back to Major General Eitan Dangot for 1 second. Mr. Matzon made a point about the currency. I mean, it's a sad state of affairs when we have to say one person equals three people.
This is connected to whom the Hamas are. These butchers has no feelings, and they are playing on the feelings of the families of the Israeli nation as well, because everybody here is really very willing for that this problem will be solved and people will get the most important people in their families coming back home. But this is the way, the architecture of Hamas. This is the way of behavior. There is no any kind of good feeling. It's only something to play with you. Why the Red Cross is not making by itself a step to declare, we demand to see all the others, we are in such a state. Why the world is not making such a way of statements in order to get these people and to see them? I tell you, can be that some of them, who knows where they are, some of them are in a bad situation. Hamas will play with you, and it reminds you like Hezbollah, if you remember 2006, on the Second Lebanon War, after it, when was returning back under agreement, the bodies of our two kidnapped soldiers. Hezbollah played the game like they will, only when they will come, we will know whether they are alive or not. Even we already confirmed that we have evidence that they were killed at the start of the event, the time when they were kidnapped. This is the way as those terror organizations are acting, playing with the feelings. This time now, a lot of all the country here, and the families are happy for 13. But the depth of sorrow is coming more and more also for those who are not here. And with these people, you don't know what will be tomorrow.
There's a point here that Hamas is trying to win points by releasing children. Who kidnaps children? This needs to be stressed here over and over again. The atrocities committed by Hamas on this October 7th, because this is not something normal for the world to see and to even comprehend. The fact that we're talking about children, for these animals, subhumans, without any emotions, kidnapping children, slaughtering their families, their parents in front of their very eyes. How is Hamas expecting to get any positive points in the media or in the world for releasing those babies? Who does that? That is a question that really needs to stand here. And we're talking about the release of children. There are 38 or 39 Israeli children still being held by Hamas. Hamas claims not to even be holding all of them. So it's trying to differentiate itself, or at least allow the organization the possibility of not releasing all those children. These are children that have families waiting for them. Sometimes in some cases, it's only the grandparents that are left, that are now looking at their phones, waiting to get information. And as we speak now, under this agreement, every day, every evening rather, a new list is being published. A new list is being given to Israel. We're talking about a batch after batch over 4 days, 13 on the first day, and then 10 in the following days. The families are now expecting that list.
It's torturous.
Unbelievable, unexplainable situation. You cannot imagine what they are going through. And we know that there is a delay now because the Israeli officials that are in charge of these negotiations should have been getting that list of those who are released tomorrow by now. And we're hearing that there is a delay. And it's no surprise, as the two gentlemen here mentioned, Hamas is playing a cynical game, and it will continue to do so, to torture those Israeli families, even after this deal is signed.
Great guy. Hold on one second. I'm going to now turn to Rami Igra. He's the former head of the Mossad MIA unit. He's joining us now live. Thanks so much for joining us, Rami. You're looking at live pictures coming in from Rafah crossing of the 13 hostages that are being released. What happens in terms of intelligence? What would anyone in Israel gain from the 13 that are being released today?
I would imagine the intelligence is going to be negligible. Nonetheless, there will be intelligence. The important thing is that we are now facing a stage, who knows how it's going to end, and the fear is that this stage will end with a ceasefire, a permanent ceasefire. The international pressure on Israel is going to be increased in the next couple of days. And you've just seen the prime ministers of Belgium and Spain having a declaration of an unbelievable declaration in Rafah, saying that Israel is committing crimes or atrocities in the Gaza Strip by fighting this murderous organization, the Hamas. So we're looking at very precarious days in the next couple of days. We all have to pray at the end of this process we'll get our hostages back, and we'll go back into the mission of eradicating the Hamas.
Rami, I'm going to have you hold on one second. I just want to let our viewers around the world know that what you're watching on the screen right now, on the right-hand side is the Rafah crossing. This is the crossing between Gaza and Egypt. This is where the prisoners, the Israeli hostages are being released. On the left-hand side is Ofer prison. This is where the Palestinian security prisoners are going to be released, or will be released any moment now. There's some that are already released. There are about 150 of those.
And just confirmation from Israeli officials now that those 13 have been transferred to the Red Cross. There was a report until now. Israel confirms they have been transferred to the Red Cross.
Rami, you talk a lot about the pressure that's being placed on Israel in the next couple of days. I wonder if you could talk about the amount of intelligence that we're able to get outside of Israel. This is now, I mean, there are a lot of people outside the world. I can tell you in America, around the world where I've been around the world now for the past week or two. Everyone's asking, why isn't Israel taking care of those that are outside of Israel? Is this going to be also a pressure put on Israel to do something about it?
Let me just correct you on one thing you said before. The 39 prisoners that are now being released off of prison are convicted criminals, people who were convicted for all kinds of homicidal accusations. As to what is Israel doing around the world, I didn't really get your question, so could you please repeat that?
No problem. I guess the point is that there's so many who are saying that that so many of the positive pro-Palestinian, pro-Hamas around the world that they fled, that they're now around the world. Is there any way of tackling that threat so that it doesn't repeat itself back again?
This is a tragedy. I can tell you that I also appear in all kinds of shows around the world. I can tell you that a couple of days ago I appeared on a Russian show, and the amount of fake news that's being dished out there is incredible. Israel is very weak on its what they call explanation, the Ministry of Explanation. Here you've got the biggest problem. The public relation, Israeli public relation around the world, and the explanation of what has happened, and also the understanding that we are looking at a murderous and radical religious organization very close to ISIS that is in the future going to really be a threat to civilization. We have not been able to dish this message out. And as you can see, the progressive liberals around the world, and in some countries more than others, you see this anti-Israeli, pro-Palestinian movement, and it's a big movement. Now, we should all be worried if this public pressure is going to force a ceasefire on Israel in the future, because the worst situation that can happen is that we will, in 5 days, 10 days, 20 days, be forced to a ceasefire, which will, first of all, keep many of our hostages in the hands of Hamas. Remember, this is just the first few that are released. And also, we won't be able to eradicate Hamas. I think that this deal is a premature deal. Israel should have brought much more pressure on Hamas before going into the first deal, in order for the first deal to be much larger. The Hamas should start feeling the breath of our soldiers at Sinwar's neck.
I'm going to have you hold on 1 second. Let me go back now to Major General Eitan Dango, the former head of the coordinator for COGAT, which is the large Israeli group, that a government organization that takes care or takes a survey over the Palestinian territories.
I would like to mention that the main goal of Hamas now is to do as many efforts in order to stop the war or to delay it as more as they can do. Because of the results that are started to come from the north area in the IDF activities, brought them that the conclusion that we are continuing. We didn't reach yet the target or the goal, but we are on their way. And Hamas loses and loses that are running. It's not breaking the movement, but it's on its way. The moral of the terrorists that are underground, on the tunnels, and etc. What Hamas will do now, as Rani said, is trying to move ahead the timetable of this kind of activities and it will make Israeli government in a kind of, I think, a heavy decision, while they say we are all ready because it's in the agreement. If they bring another 10 people on the 5th day, on the 6th day, then we will make another day of ceasefire and continuing.
Right, so if you do the math, 240 people divided by 10, 24 days, basically you have a month.
They have enough, to go on and to go on. But I think that there will be a stage that we will see the reality, what's going with the hostages. I really hope that everybody is alive. I don't know whether the 10 months baby he will come now. I think
there's a report there could be a newborn as well.
And yes, and also the 3 years, the girl that also was alone there. I don't know what is the situation. We will see. It's a kind of such organization that is playing with your feelings. On the other hand, just be aware that thousands of Israeli IDF soldiers are deployed all over the north part of the Gaza Strip. Each minute they have to behave in operational way because on the other hand, Hamas representative in Rafah, but many of them are looking what's going in the north. What is the next plan? How they can achieve or attack IDF soldiers. IDF has to calculate his next step as well in these circumstances. So this is a very sensitive situation where you have to make an assessment around the clock and to understand and take a decision and
some of them are who will say that this is something that Israel simply has to do. That doesn't wash with the Palestinians. And once you've got, as long as you do have large numbers of Palestinians, and a lot of them are underage, of the 300 that have been listed for potential release by Israel, 123 of them are under the age of 18, 5 of them as young as 40. So this is the sort of thing that generates a cycle of resentment and a cycle of violence.
Oliver, stay with us, Oliver Ferry there. Now, as part of this truce, aid deliveries into Gaza are being ramped up substantially. Deliveries also expected to include much-needed fuel. Tom Kennedy reports.
Displaced from the ongoing violence, thousands of Gazans face disease, scarce food supply, and a lack of medicine.
We started to receive reports concerning disease that are spreading among the displaced. For example, pneumonia, almost 70,000 people. We have around 50,000 cases with infections like diarrhea and intestinal infections.
Trucks full of food, shelter, and medicine waiting to enter from the Egyptian border, taking advantage of the 4-day truce between Hamas and the IDF.
Our biggest challenge is that those trucks need to go through Rafah corridor. The challenge that the number of trucks going are very limited. We hope through actually this visit and with the help of our friends and colleagues from Egypt and the international community to see more pressure to allow more trucks.
While the Israeli military has instructed Gazans to migrate towards the south, fighting is occurring there too, making it unsafe for aid to enter the region.
We're at the Palestinian crossing. Of course we feel scared. Scared of the missiles and everything. What we see is very hard.
In the north, an even more dire situation, leading the traditionally impartial Doctors Without Borders to call for a sustained ceasefire following the temporary truce.
They need a reprieve. We have teams and truckloads of medical supplies at the ready. This brutal annihilation of an entire population's health system stretches beyond what humanitarian aid can fix. Doctors cannot stop bombs.
The UN estimates 1.7 million of Gaza's 2.4 million residents have been displaced.
We can now bring in Jonathan Michael Metzel, psychiatrist and sociologist at Vanderbilt University. Thank you very much for joining us here on France 24. A lot of questions still up in the air, but what we do understand is that 13 Israeli women and children are being released, as well as 12 Thai hostages. We don't know what conditions these people have been living in. We don't know if they've been underground, overground. What would Israeli authorities be thinking the best way going forward would be, in your opinion?
Well, thank you for having me. You hear from so many guests that we're in uncharted territory in a geopolitical sense, and we're definitely in uncharted territory in a psychological sense also. I mean, there's a standard textbook for what people do. There's PTSD, there's trauma, there's fear, there's sometimes bonding with your captors. There's a textbook for how we think about how people respond to trauma like this. But something like this, where people saw their relatives be killed, lived in isolation, we don't know anything about the process, and then they're re-entering this world where think of everything that's happened over the last 40-some days. And so I think they're going to be particularly careful about sheltering these people, very slowly taking care of their needs, making them feel safe. probably blocking them off from the media, hopefully, and just really, I think that the sense is every case is going to be very different, not just because of the conditions that people lived in, but because of the trauma they saw as they were being taken hostage. And so we're really in uncharted, really hyper sensitive territory right now.
Indeed, I wanted to ask you about that because this is not the first batch of hostages that have been released. We first saw two Americans, a mother and daughter, being released, and then we had two elderly women who were released. The elderly women, the day after they were released from Hamas's possession, essentially, one of them gave a press conference, and she was, for a woman her age and for what she had been through, she was remarkably brave. She was even criticized for the things she said. What do you think Israeli officials should do in terms of giving them access to actually tell their story and what they experienced? Should they have access to the media? Should they not have access to the media?
Well, again, think of everything that's happened, even since those first hostages have been released, in terms of the politics, in terms of the world opinion. And it's also important to note that different hostages, of course, they went into this situation with different views. I mean, the hostages you're speaking about were peace activists before this. We don't know what the interpretive system that people are understanding this with. But then different hostages are kept. It's not like they're all kept in one room, right? They're kept in very different situations. They've been in themselves in a war zone, kept by different groups under different conditions, different captors. And so I certainly think it's very important in an open democratic society to let everybody tell their story. But I just think that people are not going to be there. It's just going to be a lot of difference about when people are ready to tell their story, because just the comprehensive scheme work that is going to be just to comprehend what's happened. And then remember, a lot of these captives are little kids.
Exactly, little kids who have seen, I'm not sure what, before, on the 7th of October, before they were taken hostage, and who knows what they've experienced since then.
Yeah, so again, we are really in profoundly uncharted territory now. Maybe these stories will lead to some good. I mean, you just honestly don't know. I was thinking, even in terms of your prior guest, like we don't know what effect these hostage releases are going to have politically or socially. We don't know how the world's going to interpret the stories that they tell. So I just think, the one sliver of of optimism in this horrible situation is that this is a chance to change the narrative, and I sure hope we seize it. But I would just say that it's really going to be a lot of long, hard work, because I do think that one thing about having been taken captive in the past is that people live in fear for the rest of their lives about, is this going to happen to me again? And so really taking real care of psychological needs is going to be very important.
I want to ask you about something, because clearly Israeli officials, intelligence officials, are going to try and extract whatever information they can from at least the adult hostages. The women, I assume, they get, as potentially even the Thai hostages, just to find out where they were held, the conditions, so that they could hopefully, or in their minds, find the other hostages, the other 180 hostages who would be remaining in Gaza after this 4-day truce is up. How soon can that happen? Because, as you said, we're in uncharted territory, but clearly the Israeli Defense Forces have their own goals here.
Again, I think it's just going to matter. It's going to be case by case. I think. I mean, imagine the sensory deprivation. We don't know where they've been held, but I can pretty much guarantee that it's probably been someplace very disorienting. And then they don't know the bigger story, even of what happened. They don't know the bigger story of the attacks or the war or anything like that. And so I'm sure that there's going to be an intense, assessment of psychological needs and psychological care. And I really do think that there's no one uniform answer. It's really going to vary case by case, depending on the hostages and really, again, what shape they're in when they come out.
Jonathan, stay with us, because my colleague Martina Karashay has some more on the families of Palestinian prisoners who have been living in limbo in the hopes their loved ones are part of this current deal.
In the Colombia refugee camp near Jerusalem, families are waiting with anticipation. Nuran Awad's mother learned that her daughter, who had been arrested at the age of 15, was on the list of prisoners to be released.
I never expected my daughter Noran would be part of this deal because she is from Jerusalem and has been accused of an attempted stabbing. I received numerous calls about my daughter, stating that she's included in the deal. I'm now extremely optimistic and have an indescribable feeling.
Ahmed Awad was arrested a year ago after incidents with Israeli soldiers. He's also eligible for release.
This is a great joy, and I hope that other mothers of prisoners will also rejoice.
Israel has published a list of 300 prisoners eligible for release. The youngest is 14, arrested in May for sabotage, assault, and stoning.
On yourself, it's a ceasefire only by operational side and meaning, because as I told you, the activities, the underground, those who are coming, trying to make some charges inside places, trying even to kidnap. We have the memory what happened 2014, the beginning of the ceasefire. There's a soldier, Adar Goldin, which passed away, was kidnapped after the ceasefire has been declared. So we are on a way that we are on two readiness. First is the immediate reaction. If something happened, how to react, the change, the immediately your activities and policy from ceasefire to offensive or defending with fire. The second is how you build yourself for the minute after everything is going to be ended.
Well, General, how do we know when the timeline has expired? Israel never wants to fire the first shot. It's
We're after it.
After it ends.
We are not already in these rules. Of course, we will be the first one to shoot. It doesn't.
You think so?
Yeah, doesn't matter who will be the first. It's matter what and how we continue immediately the process of continuing our goal. We are already very close, if I may estimate, to the half of it. And we have to make a large scale to come to reach the goal, and it will take after it weeks and months in order to clean whether Hamas will decide by itself that is not going to stand Gaza, but there is no chance. The goal is to destroy the civil entity of Hamas and to destroy Hamas as a terror organization as deep depth as we can. And by the way, don't forget also we have in the north the same readiness. One of the main question mark will be what will be the reaction during the coming days by Hezbollah according to what's going in the south.
Deb, I went to the images of those ambulances. Let's take a look. In case you're just joining us, I-24 News has gotten images. This is just coming into the I-24 News desk. These are ambulances with, these are the hostages are inside the ambulances. You see there's 1, 2, 3 already passing through. Here's 4. I counted 6 of them. 6. 6. There have been 6 caravans.
They are on the way to Rafah for the crossing. As I told you, the Red Cross got them in the Gaza itself, make the movement from Hamas, who don't know who brought them there, and move them now towards the Egyptian side. I guess they will cross immediately to Egypt, and then it will be stopped and give the treatment, the first who is needed in the Egyptian side, and then the convoy will leave among the fence towards Nitzana, as it was reported.
And we were looking at live pictures earlier of a helipad. If the controller could bring that up, let me explain what that is. The helipad is at the Schneider's Children's Hospital. Is a we don't have it right now, but we don't have it now. Okay, no worries. So what you're looking at now live is the Rafah crossing. This is where those ambulances, those 6 ambulances, of the 13 hostages, we do not know what condition they are in. We do not know who they are. We do not know their names. We do not know their ages. We can hope that they're only kids. I mean, one of the things that our viewers should know that there are so many children that were held hostage. Just imagine a 7-year-old and 8-year-old child being grabbed forcibly by a stranger, being held in a tunnel, being held without food or water for 40+ days. If it happens to your child, can you imagine that feeling, that thought that goes through your mind? These are the things the Red Cross will have to deal with, but what Israel will have to deal with. We spoke earlier today with a group that handles a lot of the traumatic incidences with children, such as shootings that may have occurred. And one of the things that they talked about is, imagine having to be that child where you have to recount this over and over again. This is going to be a very troublesome moment for Israel when the children get released. One of the things that we'll also look at are the elderly who have been released. These are medically fragile. Anyone who has an elderly parent, someone in their 60s, 70s, and 80s, who needs medical treatment, the idea that for 40 days you have no idea what has happened to them, what may have not happened to them, what in medicine they may not have gotten. I mean, this is just the psychological warfare that has been occurring that's on the sidelines of the actual warfare itself. I'm joined now in studio again by Ambassador Danny Ayalon, who is a former Israeli ambassador to the U.S. The American involvement in this is a story in today's Wall Street Journal just moments ago that said that President Biden himself reached out to the Emir of Qatar and said, "This is our last chance." What did he mean by that?
Our last chance to get them alive. And I think this is what he meant. And this was very important for him from day one. I think that the American participation and the role here was really indispensable. Right from the start of this horrific day of October 7th, in coming in support immediately with actions as well as with words. And when it comes to the release of the hostages, I think that really what was weighing very much on the president's mind was the gruesome episode of the American hostages in Iran, which basically brought down an American president. If you recall, Albert, 1980, when President Jimmy Carter was up for re-election, he lost the elections, and mostly it's because he did not release those prisoners. Of course, failed military operation. He called it his biggest failure. His biggest failure, and that also showed in the ballots where he was actually voted out of office. So I think Biden, who is seasoned enough, who is old enough, who has been already a senior senator on the Senate Foreign Affairs Committee at that time in 1980, I think remembers it very well. So he really, in his involvement, personal involvement, I think was, as I mentioned, indispensable here. One of the things also where we're being told that there's some reports coming in that the White House has been told that none of the 13 are American citizens. That's an interesting tell point there. That it is interesting because we know that some of them have, I think, like 9 have American citizenship. It's dual citizenship. So one would expect that some with American passports would be released. I did not get the tally who were these 13, whether there would be any of them would be American as well or not. But this will be interesting to see. There are also, as was mentioned here, the guy mentioned here, I think there are at least 2 hostages with Russian citizenship. That would be interesting to see if they're also among the released, or will they be on a separate channel, just like the Thai people were released. So Guy, do you have any updates as to, from what I understand,
just a confirmation from Israeli source that the 13 hostages are in Egyptian hands. From there, that would be very quick to make their way into the Nisana crossing. From there, they will be taken to that Air Force base, Hatzarim, in Israeli Negev desert. They will be assessed medically, a very quick medical assessment. Will be transferred to the Hatzarim base. From there, via helicopters. 4 helicopters are waiting for them with medical teams to transfer them into one of 4 of 6 designated hospitals that will all depend on their condition, also depend on their ages, because we know that there's a designated hospital for children here in Tel Aviv, Ichilov Hospital, so many of these children will go there.
Guy Azrael, thanks so much. You're watching watching live continued I-24 rolling coverage, team coverage of the release of the 13 hostages. And I'm going to go now first to Pierre Kloschender, who's joining us live from what's been dubbed as Hostage Square in Tel Aviv. Pierre, the 13 have been released. They're now transferred to Egypt. I wonder if the people there are watching their phones, watching their sets to see what is happening around.
No, they're not. They're just very engaged with their own pain and with their hope that more hostages will be released. You have here a silent prayer for the hostages, for the missing persons, that their fate is unknown. And they carry on their chest the names and the faces of those hostages that are not going to be released today. And this is a prayer for blessing the entry of the Sabbath, but obviously it's also a prayer for the liberation of all these hostages. And every hour counts, every second counts. And you have this hourglass, or you could say this second glass, with this thread of sand, like a thread of life, an elusive thread of life. And you see this mother and her child lighting candles for the hostages, not in memory, but to keep the memory alive, that these people can be freed. If only the Israeli government and the Israeli army managed to inflict enough pressure on Hamas. And here on this side with Roy Plasman, our cameraman, I'll show you a small kindergarten, an imitation of a small kindergarten. Now, this is typical of Israeli kindergartens, where you will have the adults singing in the middle, and the children on their chairs singing with them in unison. And you have these little dolls that have been made as pacifiers for the children that will be released today. Those kind of dolls, in order to comfort them. The thing is, we don't know. We don't know exactly how they are. We don't know their medical condition. We don't know their psychological condition. And they don't know also what happened since October 7th. We don't know what they know. They don't know what we know. And I think that among the thousands of people that are gathered here, everyone here is her fate, is her heart, has been terribly wounded, marked, scarred, bloodied by the October 7 events. And believe me, there is no rejoicement here. There's only pain, because that nightmare of October 7 is bouncing back on the people. It's almost like a reincarnation of that pain, almost 50 days later. And this is going to go on, because hopefully another group of hostages will be freed tomorrow, and then another after tomorrow, and then maybe also another on Monday, and who knows, maybe more in the coming 10 days. But you have faiths here that are so intermingled. You have soldiers on the front who have lost their dear ones in the October massacre, or who have brothers, relatives that are held up in some dark jail, in a damp tunnel inside Gaza by Hamas, by Palestinian clans, by Palestinian Islamic Jihad, by all these terror organizations.
Albert Kloschender, who's joining us now from what's been called Hostage Square in Tel Aviv. I just want to let you know that is such a sad sight to see. But it is an important sight. It's something that every Israeli goes to at least once, so they can honor those who have been there. I will let you go, because I know that there's somebody there who are now bringing in Shabbat, which has started here in Israel any moment now. But I want to now thank you, Pierre, for joining us. I want you to take a look now. This is the Rafah crossing. For those of you who are joining us live from around the world on I-24 News, this is what the world is looking for. This is a picture of a scene of ambulances at the ready. This is now the Schneider's Children's Medical Center. Live pictures of ambulances at the ready, waiting for the hostages to arrive. We do not know whether or not there are any children involved in this. If there are children, this is the perfect place in this country. Those that we are expecting will be brought to the hospital, will be medically looked at for 48 hours, we're told. There are reports that what has happened is that the IDF has brought the phones of the hostages to the hostages themselves and will allow the hostages to make phone calls to their family members. I mean, this is just an amazing, dramatic moment in Israel's history. And you're watching it live here on I-24 News. One thing you should know, that at the same time this is happening, there are about 150 Palestinian security prisoners, many of whom were charged with attempted felony murder on Israeli citizens being released. This is happening at the same exact time. These 13 Israeli hostages they're now in the hands of Egypt. They are now going to be sent across to Israel. And they are, you're looking at live pictures. This is a dramatic moment happening. I want to now bring in Emmy Palmer. She's the chair of Deaal. It's the Israel Trauma and Resiliency Center. She's joining us from Jerusalem. Thanks so much for joining me, Emmy. When you see a picture of this at the hospital, and you know that the people will be coming there, it's a national trauma. We're not even talking just the hostage trauma. This is a national trauma.
It's two things. It's a collective trauma, meaning that we are experiencing it together, and of course some people are more affected because they were either the ones whose families were abducted or murdered or both. But it is a national trauma also in the sense that the crime of those children that we are about hopefully to see soon coming back, their crime is being Jewish, and being Jewish living in Israel. There is no other way of saying that, because one cannot imagine a single reason to take a 9-month-old baby from his home to be kept hostage in the tunnels of Gaza.
What happens to those, since you deal with trauma so many times, and obviously nothing of this scale?
First of all, I want to say a word about Deaal, because Deaal was established 26 years ago in order to address PTSD. PTSD was something that was not spoken in Israel, and it was a major issue after the Yom Kippur War, who was 50 years ago. And Yudi Lekanapi, the philanthropist who decided to found Deaal, wanted to start treating post-trauma, wanted to raise awareness that it happens, especially to people who come back from war. And later, when the big terrorist attacks of the 90s started, also for people who experienced terrorist attacks. And it started with the helplines. The helplines are just the most accessible way from your home to get help from volunteers. It's not a 911 that, it's just a call to, ask for someone to come. It is a possibility to receive some kind of therapeutic help from afar. And I have to say that the first, because we're functioning 24/7, on October 7th at 6:29, we already received calls from people in their safe rooms, people from the Gaza envelope who had experienced PTSD in the past, and therefore knew the number of our helpline, and they started calling. The beginning was just missiles and the regular, I'm saying regular, because nothing is regular, but the regular panic attacks that people or their children or their elderly might experience when such missile attacks started. And of course, later it became more and more evident that other things are happening, and our volunteers on the helplines received really some of the worst calls ever.
I mean, if I may, though, there's so many who would say that what is happening to what will happen to the 240 plus hostages. Remember, they've been behind underground, behind walls for 49 days. These 240 people. That how does someone even come out of that trauma alive, and they're mentally alive? I mean, I wouldn't even. I can imagine it's indescribable.
Yes, well, first of all, let's remember that right now we're hoping to see the first 13. The others are still there. Many of them, we have no idea when and if they will be coming out. So it's definitely something to remind ourselves, not to mention the fact that we have 2 Israeli citizens who are mentally ill, who crossed by mistake the borders 7 years ago, Avera Mengistu and Hisham Assayed. They were never returned by Hamas. Not to mention the fact that only about a year ago we received the first sign of life from Avera Mengistu. So this is just to remind us that this is not a first event. This is, the disrespect for basic human rights is something that is going all the way with Hamas.
If I can, hold on 1 second. I'm sorry, we're getting some breaking news just coming into that 24 News. Let me get to Guy about this. Go ahead, Guy.
It's a short but important update. Israel's Khan public broadcaster is reporting that those 13 Israeli hostages are now, for the first time, meeting Israeli officials. They're meeting officials from the Shin Bet, still on Egyptian territory, still waiting to get home on Israeli soil. But for the first time, those 13 hostages being released, those women and children, are now meeting with Israeli officials from the Shin Bet, according to the information that we have, still making their way into Israel.
That's a very important update from Guy Azrael, our senior editor here at I-24. Let me go back to Emmy Palmore for just 1 second, if I can. Emmy, you served on behalf of the Minister of Justice on special missions trying to locate IDF soldiers. In fact, you were part of the Gilad Shalit deal. This is exponentially the same story.
First of all, I personally prepared the file of Yishka Sinwar, who was released, receiving a pardon from the President of Israel. Can you imagine the feeling, the thoughts? Not to mention the fact that I know exactly what he was convicted of, and it was murdering in the most cruel way Palestinians that he suspected to be collaborators with Israel. But let's put that aside. This is an extremely different situation right now. I mean, let's say that the captive is the same one as Hamas, the motivation and the behavior is similar, but you cannot compare. You cannot compare one soldier who is 19 years old and theoretically at least prepared to die during combat and so forth, to children, to civilians, to families who are being taken from their homes. It's something which is incomparable. This is speaking of the trauma, speaking of the mental health of Israeli society. First of all, this is something that has been threatening all of us ever since it happened. Actually, I met my pharmacist today, who is a Muslim Arab. He told me that ever since the 7th of October, he has a huge house. He told me that he has a single daughter, and he decided to take her out of her spacious room, and the entire family is gathering now in a small, extra apartment that he built in his basement because he wants to feel safe. So if he feels threatened like that, just imagine how we do. But now going back to those captives who are coming back and their mental health. First of all, the Israeli system has been preparing for this. It was impossible to rely on any kind of knowledge from the world because there is no knowledge about that kind of situation. I know that experts have been looking for something that would be close that we can learn from, and it was impossible. So the Ministry of Social Affairs relied on the experience of both specialists on children trauma and on experience of NGOs like Natal, who specialize in trauma intervention and on trauma from war and terror, which is it's a field within the field of therapy. And the maximum support will be given to those families. We know that children, the younger they are, the more adaptive they are in terms of, let's say, the potential of growing out of this horrible experience. Actually, yesterday I was interviewed in the Israeli television, and I felt that I wanted to say something optimistic to remind ourselves that some of us, me for example, were raised by mothers who were sent as young children to concentration camps and came out to countries who were still hostile towards them after World War II, and they returned to life, and they have a good and a complete life ever since. My mother is 90 years old, and she's still with me. So maybe we can, try and be hopeful that we have better conditions and more knowledge to give in order to support those children and those women, and hope that all the hostages will come back and will be able to get out of multiple traumas that they're experiencing because they experienced the captivity. We know, unfortunately, that some of them were sexually assaulted. I assume that you remember the girl who was taken out of a car in Gaza. We saw that footage with her pants that looked bloody and her hands tied and pushed again into the car. She's still captive, but many of the ones who are coming back today have no idea that their families are displaced from their homes, that their homes are being were burnt. Some of them don't know that other members of their family were murdered. And unfortunately, there are so many things to catch up that are not positive. But again,
bring a message of hope. I mean, that's the thing that we all want to have, a message of hope. And that's just such an important thing to do as we're watching these live pictures. I mean, Palmer, the chair of Natal, the Israel Trauma and Resiliency Center. Thank you for joining us from Jerusalem. I'm going to have you stand by. We might come back to you, but we're looking at live pictures now of the Rafah crossing. This is now, darkness has fallen. It's lit up a little bit. The darkness has fallen.
This is Israel now.
This is now the Schreier Hospital. I'm sorry, I can't see so far away, and I should have brought my glasses into the studio. I will tell you that we're getting word into I-24 News right now that the U.S. and the U.K. have said that the 13 are not British or U.K. citizens, nor are they American citizens. That's an interesting fact that you should all know about right now. I'm also joined in studio by Major General Eitan Dangot. If you're just joining us, he's the former coordinator for COGAT, which is the Israeli agency that handles the Palestinian territories. Major General, you disappeared for us for about 20 minutes for a very good reason, an important reason. Tell us.
I will tell it shortly.
Please.
I got first time phone call from my son, who is one of the soldiers who are fighting inside Gaza. Very exciting, and
he's good.
I keep
he's safe
to myself. Yes.
No, that's all that matters. He's safe. That's good.
The thing for me that happened in the last weeks.
And you haven't heard from him
yeah, I haven't heard from him from the moment he entered a few days before he entered to Gaza, and now it was the first time that he succeeded to call us.
The look on your face says everything.
Exactly.
It's hard to get emotion from such
a general.
It's like, hey, there's a lot. What can I tell you? That I think this is the feeling of many people, parents in Israel, family members, that have someone who is in the fighting and first of all looking for him and also for the country as well.
It's so close to home, literally, for so many Israelis, both those who are attacked and those who have family members who are fighting in Gaza.
Great. Let me now, you're joining us now live on I-24 News. Zach Anders, he's the I-24 News correspondent. He's joining us now in the south of Israel. Zach, go ahead.
Yeah, of course, this is major moment here as these hostages
do appear to have exchanged at the Rafah crossing are now inside Egypt. That's confirmed through the International Committee of the Red Cross. They have also confirmed the count. 13 hostages appear to have been released as part of the deal. That's another major moment. They are now going to be evaluated on scene. It sounds like that is happening now. They're going to receive whatever immediate medical attention that they might need, and then they're going to be put into vehicles and taken through the Israeli crossing and driven about an hour and a half, potentially driven much slower. So we'll stay here and wait for that caravan to arrive. And once it does reach this location, we're told that they're going to get a second round of professionals with their eyes on them, giving them psychological care. We're hearing that there are children inside this release of 13 hostages, and that will take precedent that they're going to be receiving psychological care. They're also going to be given some of the basics, some clothes, potentially a shower, and then they're going to be loaded onto helicopters and flown to other hospitals. We're also following at this hour that the release of the Palestinian prisoners appears to still be in motion. This is a key part of the deal, and will reflect on what happens in the days ahead with this staggered release of more hostages. So we're keeping an eye on Ophir Prison. We're told that this is the location where the Palestinian prisoners will be released, and that has not happened yet, but is supposed to within an hour. Great, Zach Anders joining us live again. Thanks so much for joining us. I-24 News correspondent Zach Anders. I want to go back to Andy Palmer, who's the chair of NITAL, the Israel Trauma and Resiliency Center. I wanted to bring you back in because I wanted to talk about the children versus the adults that will be released at some point. Handling the children must be different than handling the adults. Can you talk a little bit about how that, I mean, let's just put it this way. There are no rules. There's never been, all the rules were broken October 7th. We know that. So how do you handle the kids in this situation that have, I mean, it crushes my heart to hear the 7-year-olds or the 8-year-olds that are being held 49 days away from their parents, not knowing that their parents, what's happened to their parents. I mean, the sheer terror in that alone.
We also have to remember that, the assumption was that we want to have the children return at least with their mother, but some of the children are going to leave a father behind them, which was there with them. Others were only with their father, and their mother was murdered in Israel. So the difficulties are going to be huge. It's also not, it's not even bringing them back to a familiar house, because some of them don't have a house to go back to. It's extremely difficult, but it's going to be done step by step. First of all, there is a lot, you can see already how the media is treating, and respecting the demands of I would say of the medical institutions, not to publish the names, not to take pictures, and try and help those children to regain some kind of privacy, have them protected. By the way, one of the instructions is also not to hug them too strongly, literally and mentally. They have to try, and restart new relationships. They have to rebuild the family relations. They have, even physically, have to get used back to be in the day of light, to be exposed to noise, to movement, to all kind of things that we assume. Again, we don't know anything, but we have some kind of information about the way that they were kept. And I think that any one of us who has a child, who had a child who was a toddler, can not even imagine how they were kept for so many days, without any kind of, possibility to get out of the house and to do something which is not just being all of them together. So I assume that a lot of good professionals, I assume and I know, that good professionals, because Natal is not only a helpline, it's also clinical help and therapy and all kind of other things. They will be supported separately and as families. I mean, there will be mental health help for the parents, for the mothers, mental health for the children, and support for the family as a whole. Because also the family members who are here have to be supported. You can imagine what an ordeal they have been going through. We have seen a lot of those 15 children were captured. Can you imagine the level of guilt,
Survivor's
even
guilt. I mean, I know that Emmy, when 9/11 happened, there was so much survivor's guilt in secondary situations with trauma.
Yeah, first of all, Israel is dealing with the secondary trauma of the first responders of this event. This is for a different conversation, maybe, but it's not even guilt of having survived. Think about a father who left his wife in the safe room and went out to fight or to try and call for help, came back to find out that he is safe and sound, and they were taken to Gaza. It's really it's cruel. I mean, the words that we know, not only because my vocabulary in English is limited, but even Hebrew, I don't have the words to describe those situations because they are really extreme, and the atrocities that we have seen added up to that. When I mentioned before, the girl that was taken with the bleeding pants into Gaza, what this did to every woman, every girl, every family in Israel who knows that this line has been crossed in the most cruel way. Not to mention the denial outside of Israel to these events, which made it even more painful and also made us feel that we are legitimate targets of sexual assaults. So there are so many issues and questions. We know that also this question will be asked, will be checked, of course, very delicately. We are praying that it will be, that the answer will be that these things did not happen, but I must say that we are not sure. And
I mean, I want to let our viewers know, because we have so many viewers that are actually now in Israel itself, because we're now I-24 News is seen in Israel. The number on the bottom of your screen is in the Top Trauma Center hotline at 1-800-363-363. That's a number in Israel you can call. One thing I do want to ask Emmy, so much trauma of those outside of the U.S. I mean, I know family members in the U.S., in France, in all over Europe are watching what's happening right now. Not even just family members, but people who have some sort of connection to Israel happening right now. And they, too, are dealing with some trauma that no one's ever seen at a level.
First of all, they're also welcome to call us because we work 24/7. And many of our
incentives for Hamas to release more and more hostages.
Oren, who is a retired Israeli Defense Forces Brigadier General. Thank you so much for joining us here on the program. A moment of pause, a glimmer of hope in what's been a deeply traumatic 7 weeks.
Futuristic.
Technology that's higher, and frankly, if there's any
Meet the scientists spearheading these inspiring ideas.
Carbon dioxide removal will be the new heavy industry that mankind has to develop.
And see how the impact of a single solution could spark a technological transformation. Bold Pursuits, Saturday on CNN.
We are following breaking news at this hour because right now we are told that the hostages, the first ones to be released by Hamas as a part of this deal that they have struck with Israel, are right now in the process of being released from Gaza. That includes 13 Israeli women and children, and we believe 12 Thai nationals who were also had their release negotiated for by Egyptian officials. CNN's Eleni Jofas is following this live for us from Cairo. Eleni, we had known that the 13 were initially expected to be released, these Israeli hostages coming here ultimately to Israel. But what can you tell us about the release of these Thai nationals that is also happening simultaneously?
Yeah, this was a breakthrough moment, right? I mean, hearing about the fact that we've seen 13 Israeli women and children that will be released today, and big focus on that cessation of fighting, and importantly, seeing aid passing through. I think about an hour ago, we had this information coming through from the State Information Services here in Egypt, and they announced that Egypt had intense negotiations with Hamas and was able to secure the release of 12 Thai nationals. Whether they will be released today or in the coming days, That remains to be seen. And then just an update in terms of the actual number. They told me a short while ago that this is still in progress. We know that we've heard from
Of their employees and their customers.
But this is conflicts. In 2014, after 50 days and about 1,500 people dead, the international community said, okay, enough, stop the fighting, stop the bombardment. We're now 50 days in, well over 14,000 dead, half of those are children. In your assessment, from your point of view, do you think the operation so far has been successful? Because we haven't seen Hamas leaders dead or killed.
Right now, I cannot say that we are.
Mothers, the fathers, no one should have been taken. So, in the coming days, as we begin to learn what these hostages went through, they may not be able to be completely open about what they experienced. What do you expect propaganda-wise during these 4 days from Hamas?
We're expecting all of the tricks that they will be able to pull out of their sleeves. They are going to do all the psychological warfare. They're doing it in the lowest moral values element that they can do. They're attacking the families of the hostages to create split between them and to have them go after and attack the Israeli government. We know who we're dealing with. These are war criminals. It's not just the atrocities that they committed on October 7th. It's not just, as I mentioned, beheading of children, killing of elderly, Holocaust survivors, raping of women. This is the International Day Against Violence Against Women. Nobody's really at the UN paying attention to what was done to our women over there, but these are war criminals, and we don't expect them to do anything rather than continue their efforts. And another point on that is, of course, the fact that we expect the Red Cross to go to visit our hostages to see that their medical situation, the humanitarian situation of theirs is good, is sound. And until now, which is another war crime, apart from the abduction itself, the fact that they're not allowing the Red Cross to meet them is another war crime. So we're dealing with war criminals, and I have zero expectations from them.
A very important reminder, never forget October 7th. Aviv Ezra, thank you very much for chatting with us this morning. We appreciate it as we're watching all of this.
Thank you very much for having me, and God bless.
Molly, let's go back to Lucas Tomlinson live in Nantucket with President Biden. Lucas, we don't know whether or not there are any Americans among these 13 Israelis, and we won't know until we see the names on the list. What are you hearing up there?
Well, Griff, President Biden and the White House are watching this situation.
Gaza itself and held underground in, as far as we don't know where they were held. We don't know. We know at some point some of them were brought into Shifa Hospital, which, by the way, the Shifa Hospital director was arrested by the IDF because he at first claimed that, there were no relations with Hamas whatsoever. Lo and behold, there's CCTV footage showing Hamas terrorists armed to the teeth going through hospitals. I don't know, even Cook County Hospital in Chicago, and Bellevue Medical Center in New York does not have people walking through with machine guns. So how did they not have Hamas? Knowing that Hamas was through there, obviously they did, and so he's been arrested. So we know, as far as we know, the IDF reports that at least 2 hostages were killed, and one of them definitely was at Shifa Hospital, according to their ballistics and their forensic technology. And now these 13 hostages are brought back. What conditions they're in, we do not know.
I do want to point one thing that I'm trying to read this report, but Al Jazeera is reporting that 24 hostages were handed to the Red Cross, and of course we reported of 12 Thai nationals that were released today, and we're expecting 13 Israelis. Those numbers do not add up. If, according to those reports, there are 24 hostages on the way to Israel, and that may explain some of the delay that we're seeing now. It doesn't take that long to reach from the hospital in Gaza to the Rafah crossing, to cross into Israel and to make it to the entire crossing into Israel. Many conflicting reports as well now as to whether Israeli officials have already met those Israeli hostages or not. But if we are talking about the number of 24, that certainly doesn't add up with the 13 Israelis that we're expecting to meet and the 12 Thai nationals that were confirmed by the Thai Prime Minister. He confirmed that number of 12 of his nationals that were released over the past hour. There's supposed to be 13 Israelis. We do hope the 13 Israelis will reach their families in Israel very soon, safe, alive.
I'm sure that the Thai people are coming to Israel, or whether they're going to fly.
I received information from an Israeli official that they're making their way into Israel right now.
I see. I might tell you that one of the things that creating this kind of delay, you see how many hands are inside this circle. On one hand, you have Israel. The other side is the butchers of Hamas, who don't have any contact with them, of course. You have the Qatarian, you have the Americans above all, and you have the Egyptian there, and you have all these kinds. So it's something that demands such a delay. What is the most important thing, I think, is the fact that the 13, if there are 13, because 13 with 12 is 25, and what is reported is 24. So what is important that the 13 people are in Egypt now. That is the main important thing. It can be no delay. I don't know what is the reason, but what is important that the first shift has been moved. When you are able, just I would like also to talk a little bit about the overall situation with Hamas, because I think that Hamas will make a lot of efforts, and they are running in some fields in order to stop this kind of war. We spoke about it before. They will try to start negotiate about the 120 that are not more or less in this list. Most of them are soldiers or young people that were kidnapped from the party that has been in the natural area. And so then we can declare we would like to open this kind of negotiation and talk, and this is another thing to create such a pause or a stopping of this kind of thing. Hamas knows this is a junction. While it will impact the future of the organization, whether it stops for more days, it can give them, like the last moment, a kind of something that can save them without moving outside. And I would like to add about another country, Qatar. Qatar, which is playing like the country that negotiates with Hamas, is the main supporter of Hamas. So it's also the interest of Qatar to try to make a delay or to stop the war, because it's serving also Qatar policy, and Qatar believes that Hamas is an organization that should be staying in Gaza, and this is something that can bring us to let's say a conflict continuing about the future, or to continue. What is my opinion, first of all, while as you continue your pressure and move ahead towards the end of Hamas, towards Khan Yunis, it will be more pressure on the organization, and we will be able to achieve an agreement that will be fulfilled and not will save also, or will be kept as a tool by Hamas for its main goal in this case.
Interestingly enough, Mr. General Dangot, if I might ask, is that you don't see any people demonstrating on the streets of New York and London today saying, "Good going, we released some hostages, release the rest of the hostages." This is the propaganda game that they play.
Of course.
And this is only going to add more to that propaganda game.
And unfortunately, and we mentioned the visit of the Prime Minister of Spain and Belgium. By the way, I heard that the ambassadors were called to the Israeli Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Yeah.
But this is one thing to Europe, and I may
related medical reason, that's a big issue. And there's also a growing sense in the Arab world that Hamas not too big of a victory. Remember, they did not expect that they would be this successful. Them without permission, because of course this has been a very difficult time for them. Let's speak now to Laura Blumenfeld, who's a former senior policy advisor to the US State Department's Israel-Palestinian negotiating team. Thank you so much for joining us here on the program. Laura, it has been a deeply painful and traumatic period for Israel over the last 7 weeks. We often talk about a world before October 7 and a world after October 7, but finally this glimmer of hope. 13 women and children have been released. We understand that they are with the Egyptian authorities. They may well be with the IDF now, and we will get confirmation about them making their way back to Israel in this very messy conflict, which has also claimed the lives of more than 14,000 Palestinians, half of them children.
Yes. Well, I mean, to quote President Biden, my fingers are crossed. I am hopeful. We certainly are taking this in a day-by-day approach. It's a day-by-day ordeal. From the very beginning, the president set certain goals. I mean, he said our number one priority is freeing the hostages. Our number two priority is preventing a wider regional conflict. So far, I would say in the war between Israel and Hamas, the United States is winning. And to be clear, from the Americans' point of view, this is not really only about the Middle East. It is the United States versus autocracy. So it is China and Russia, and it's a war for all freedom-loving people. So in the very short term...
We haven't seen, though, it is short term, but Laura, we have received confirmation from a White House official that there won't be any Americans amongst that list. We know that there are 12 Thai citizens that have been released. Why hasn't the United States negotiated harder to get their own citizens out?
Well, I think the expectation is, day 2, day 3. As the one White House official told me, there's going to be no end zone, touchdown dance. This is their American football metaphor. But they are optimistic. President Biden convened the hostage families before Prime Minister Netanyahu did. He obviously has skin in the game. He spent 90 minutes in a Zoom call speaking to the families. He's deeply affected by their grief, and he's fully committed to bringing the Americans home. Every single one of them. And I am optimistic. This is everybody has talked about how complex this is and fragile the negotiations are, but they're heading in the right direction. So I'm optimistic for the time being.
And it's held so far. It's held so far. We have seen those trucks full of aid and fuel making their way into Gaza because, of course, hundreds of thousands, 1.7 million Gazans have been impacted and displaced, living in horrific conditions. As you say, this truce is short-lived. It's for 4 days, unless Hamas agrees to release more of these hostages. But is the United States, do you think there are conversations now being had about discussing a long-term ceasefire, bringing an end to this conflict?
Yeah, I mean, as hard as it is to believe, I think that this is actually the easy part, the first release of hostages, because now that the more hostages that are released, the Israelis are going to lose even more international legitimacy for fighting the war. People will say, this is simply revenge, it's time for the bloodshed to end. While Hamas held Israelis...
Laura, I'm just going to interrupt you because we're just looking at some live images there from the Rafah crossing, and the motorcade that our viewers just saw is of the Red Cross vehicles. So we're not quite sure what that is of in terms of who is in there. And whether that is of the hostages, but we're just looking at those latest images that have come through of that Red Cross convoy, and I'm just waiting to get some confirmation on whether this is the vehicles where the hostages are. I've received confirmation that this is the convoy full of those 13 women and children that have made their way out of Gaza into those Red Cross vehicles. as you can see. Let's just have a little listen in, because you can hear the horns and some noise there. I mean, this extraordinary scenes here of those Red Cross vehicles, the convoy passing through the Rafah border crossing into Egypt from Gaza. Those first images of those 13 women and children who have been released after 7 weeks of trauma and pain. They finally managed to make their way out. Laura, this was very much part of an intricate negotiation, so sensitive, so fragile, so much lacking in trust on both sides. But we have now seen those first images of the Red Cross convoy with those women and children in there.
Look, Biden built the alliance, a global alliance to free these hostages. And on the positive side, Israel, Egypt, Qatar, and the U.S., they're now diplomatic foxhole buddies, right? They've negotiated something successfully, and I do think we can use that momentum going forward. The other positive note, as we watch these uplifting, really, images, it's very, very moving, is that having gone through this trauma with the Israelis and the Palestinians, there's an understanding that the status quo will not hold. I mean, to quote Secretary Blinken, but you really could quote anybody in the region or even around the world. We haven't reached a diplomatic opportunity like this, I would say, since 1947, when the UN voted on the partition plan. So we can take this, you know, this shall not stand feeling and translate that into some diplomatic results for a long-term, enduring solution. You know, then that's certainly very positive. The hard thing is, you know, yes, go ahead.
No, I'm just talking about these deeply moving images that we're getting of the Red Cross convoy, which has made its way across into Egypt from Gaza, where we understand that these 13 women and children are inside after 7 weeks of trauma and pain. Some of them won't know if their parents and their family members were killed, and so they will be told very quickly once they are in the hands of the Israeli Defense Force and then medical staff, social staff. So these are the first images that we have seen as night falls. But Laura, you were talking there about the diplomacy, the fact that the Egyptians, the Qataris, the Israelis have all worked together to make this moment possible. The other side of that, though, is the fact that we have heard from the Jordanians who have described what's gone on in Gaza as war crimes, from the Qataris who have said the humanitarian situation in Gaza is unacceptable. The pressure is mounting on the United States, isn't it? I mean, this truce will be very short-lived. It could be for 4 days if it holds. You know, unless Hamas releases more hostages.
Right, and just to these photos, I just want to share with your viewers, I spoke with the chief psychologist who's in charge of welcoming and debriefing and really helping, putting together the team to help these children and women and hostages who were released. And he was talking to me about how can you greet these hostages? And one thing he said, and as you were saying, these are hopeful images, is the Israeli national anthem is Hatikva, which is the word the hope. And he felt like it was important to put that on the wall in the room for briefing, that they would see the words the hope. But as you were saying, in terms of challenges, it is going to get much harder, I think, between Israel and the United States. I think that especially with the hostages released, the United States is going to apply more pressure and say to Netanyahu and his war cabinet, you know, the number of civilian casualties is not acceptable. I mean, there are no red lines that have been articulated publicly, but I certainly expect there to be more pressure privately, more humanitarian aid, better humanitarian corridors, and then also moving forward, what is your vision? What is your end game? Netanyahu hasn't been clear about that. Two-state solution.
What the strategy is.
What is the strategy?
Yes. Indeed, Laura Blumenfeld, thank you. Thank you so much. We are grateful for your time. I just want us to just have a moment to look at these images again. They're quite extraordinary, moving images of that Red Cross convoy. We had seen earlier in this conflict, soon after October 7, 4 hostages were released. But this is a convoy full of children and women. We don't know exactly who, but we know that there are young children who were taken from their homes, from their communities, into Gaza, and where they were spent the last 7 weeks, some of them oblivious to exactly what was going on. So this is going to be handled, according to Israeli officials, with sensitivity and care. But the world's attention, the world's eyes are on these 13, as well as the 12 Thai hostages who were released earlier, and Gazans who are able to take a moment of pause and respite. But deeply moving images of Red Cross convoy, of the Red Cross officials, alongside the Egyptians who were able to bring these children out of Hamas captivity following that hostage deal back into safety. Let's speak now to the permanent representative of France to the United Nations, Ambassador Nicolas de Rivière. He joins me now. Thank you so much, Ambassador, for joining us. We're just looking at these deeply moving images of this Red Cross convoy, a moment of hope, a moment of pause, and really something that is a glimmer and a positive news that's come out after 7 weeks of tragedy.
Yes, France, of course, is welcoming the agreement and even more the implementation of the agreement. We need to thank Qatar, Egypt, and the US for that. But this should be just the beginning. It's just 50 hostages, pause for 4 days, 200 trucks a day. We need these pauses to be renewed. We need all hostages to be released. It's just the beginning. There are another approximately 200 hostages. They need all to be released. So I think what we need to do is to move from this first step to a sustainable, permanent humanitarian truth, and not just a pause of 4 days. And we need to move to a ceasefire. We need to make progress. The situation in Gaza is dire.
Exactly, and I wanted to get to the situation in Gaza because it is dire. It's absolutely grim, the images we're seeing, the death toll that we see, and the fact that it might be 4 days of truce, but even the aid going in, given the level of destruction over the last 7 weeks, it may not and probably is not enough. Will France be putting more pressure on the United States, on Israel, to ensure that this is a permanent ceasefire?
We want, this first step to be followed by other steps. We understand that the situation is difficult. From day one, France has strongly condemned the attack by Hamas, and we've said again and again that we recognize the right of Israel to defend itself, to go after the terrorist fighters, but the civilians must be protected. The law of the war, the Geneva Convention, should be respected. Humanitarian access should be granted. So we need to move from one situation to the other. So this is why 4 days humanitarian pause should be just the first step. We should go for permanent humanitarian truth, and we should go for a ceasefire.
Ambassador, we're really grateful for your time. Thank you so much for joining us here on the program.
Thank you.
You're looking there at images of a prison in the West Bank, where we were told once the 13 women and children held in Hamas captivity were released, that we would see Palestinian women and children also released, held in Israeli prisons. So we are expecting that to happen as well in the coming hours. And then on your right, you're looking at the Schneider Medical Center, where we are expecting some of the hostages to be taken. It is going to be an incredibly long night for the hostages, for their families, as they are handed safely into the hands of the IDF and then transported by helicopter to Israel, to medical centers like the one in Petah Tikva. We'll be back in the next few minutes with all the latest headlines. We'll leave you with these images.
Other national and I believe as well, and that is why there is such a significant number of Thai nationals who are also being released right now, who are also being taken captive. We're seeing live fire there at the Rafah crossing. Not clear whether this is just keeping people warm or
yeah, it sounds like it. I mean, it's right now it's what 12, 13 degrees outside. I imagine that no one they're just keeping warm out there. Let me bring our viewers up to speed. You're watching live I-24 news coverage. That video right there that you're seeing, that video that's moments ago, that's what the world has been looking for. You can see these are the hostages, 13 hostages, Israeli hostages, in the Red Cross vehicles. If you're now just joining us around the world, you're watching I-24 News. That is an important moment. We're going to play it again so you can see it very well. These are 13 Israeli hostages.
We can't quite tell the gender of those that are in there. You can definitely see some elderly people there and a child, as far as we can see from those images.
In case you're just joining us, I-24 News, I'm Albert Lewitton here at I-24 News Desk in Tel Aviv. I'm joined by Guy Azrael. We're looking at, we're in live rolling coverage of the release of these 13 Israeli hostages. The hostages are right now in the hands of the Red Cross. They are going to be given to Israeli military officials momentarily, and from there they'll be reunited with their family. We have been told there are reports that the family members of the people you see in these vehicles now have been notified, and they're racing now to the hospitals to be reunited with their family members. Now, these family members, these hostages, for those of you who have been keeping count, 49 days. They were ripped out of their homes or on street corners, taken on the back of motorcycles and vans and pickup trucks back into Gaza, held underneath Gaza for against their will. We do not know what kind of condition they've been in. We do not know if they are in what health they're in right now, and this is what the Red Cross is doing right now, giving them. We've been told, Guy Azrael had reporting that they have been given some medical briefings right now. You're looking again. These are live pictures on the left of the Rafah crossing, where a crowd has been assembled, but then on the right is Red Cross vehicles, clearly marked, and they are now headed back across. God, do you have an update on what happens to them once they arrive?
Right, so as they make their way into the Kerem Shalom crossing, this is the update that we received. The IDF staff there received a note that within 20 minutes they should be arriving at that crossing. The plan is to take them immediately to the Hatzarim Air Force Base in the Israeli Negev Desert for, again, very initial medical examination. From there, they will be taken to designated hospitals. There will be 4 helicopters designated for that with medical crew on board. They will be taken to specific hospitals according to their condition. We saw live images there from the Schneider Hospital for Children. Of course, we know that so many of those hostages are children, and this deal deals with Israeli children and mothers and some elderly women as well. I think we will get the names very soon once they are finally in Israeli territory, once we know that they are safe and well. We will also be able to share that information with our viewers. I think that so many Israelis, as we mentioned, are watching, and I'm actually, I have to tell you that I'm also getting messages from around the world at this very hour as we're sitting here in studio from viewers who are fascinated with this situation, who are praying for the well-being of those hostages. Some of them telling me they're crying as they're watching. There was so much anticipation to see those Israelis alive, hopefully well. They have not seen a daylight in 49 days, and yet there are so many others, over 200 of them still captive by Hamas, still no idea about their well-being. The Red Cross has not reached them. There's no information about them. Many of them in very urgent medical care, needing medicine. Some of them were shot, badly wounded during that Hamas onslaught, were dragged by these terrorists on motorbikes, on other means of, on other vehicles. No information about their well-being. The families are devastated, expecting news about them, and some relief finally for the families of those 13 that have just been released. You could see them crossing into Egypt, driving now into the Kerem Shalom crossing. That's not a long drive. From there, they will reach the hospitals and finally get to see their families who are waiting for so long.
Great, Guy Azrael, thank you so much. I want to bring our viewers up to speed if you're watching now on I-24 News around the world. This video you're watching right now is what the whole world has been watching for. The dramatic moment when 13 Israeli hostages released by Hamas in exchange for 150 Palestinian prisoners. Those hopefully home to Israel very shortly. I'm now joined in studio by Lieutenant Colonel Doron Avital. He's the former commander of the Special Forces for the IDF. You look at that video right there, that is a moment in history.
Yeah, it's a very emotional moment to all Israelis, very dramatic moment and a pivot point in the whole campaign. The ceasefire that starts now for 4 days, the 50 hostages that are going to be released, and then we have to see what's next. Very dramatic, very emotional for Israel.
It doesn't mean that IDF stops.
It means that he holds the position, the IDF protects itself, but it doesn't progress or invade farther into the Gaza city or the heart of Gaza or to the other refugee camps, and wait for 4 days and then see what's up.
What I guess I'm getting at is that I suspect the IDF doesn't say, okay, this has happened, but we still have to continue our work.
I think this is the real challenge that the IDF will have, or us as a country, we will have in 4 days, that we'll be able to come back to the campaign. We profess that that's what we are going to do, and we have to make sure that we'll be able to do it in 4 days. And the international question and so on, we make the plans now, we prepare the forces, they prepare themselves also in those 4 days of Hamas, but we have 4 days to prepare and think what's the next move, and to issue the next move once the ceasefire ends and the hostages are here, the 50 hostages are here.
But watching this video, is this a ploy also by Hamas?
There's no question what's the strategy of Hamas. Hamas, the issue of releasing these 150 non-convicted murderers, attempt murderers and so on, this is not the prize that the Hamas was looking for. The prize was the 4 days ceasefire and an attempt to stop the campaign. This is the real aim of Hamas. That's what they are trying to do. Then they will try to offer us other deals, and this will be a challenge for us, for the decision makers of Israel.
I'm also joined here in studio by Ben Dror-Yemeni. He's a senior journalist for the Yediot Ahronoth Daily. Thank you again for joining us here in I-24 News. Let's talk a little bit about that international pressure. Let's talk about this video here may or may not stop the pressure that Israel gets from around the world, from those protests in New York, the protests all over the world.
It's very interesting. It's not going to stop the pressure. Just let us remember that 2 prime ministers from Europe are in Rafah right now. And actually what they're trying to do is nobody invited them. I mean, not Israel anyway. And we
call this in America grandstanding.
Yeah, but we know exactly what they want. I mean, the Prime Minister of Spain and the Prime Minister of Belgium, we know exactly what they want. They want a ceasefire, but ceasefire which is good not for Israel. A ceasefire according to the demands of the Hamas. Now Israel is not going to give it. I guess the international pressure will continue. But after don't know, but according to all the official declarations, Israel is going to continue with the military operation. You know what? Politically, they cannot stop actually, because Israel is not expecting it. The world is not expecting. I mean, I'm not speaking about Spain and Belgium. I'm not speaking about prime ministers, but even President Biden declared that the main goal of this military operation is to remove out the Hamas from Gaza Strip.
So it would look like a failure if any continuation of this occurs. It would look like a failure.
It will look like a failure, yeah. Now, maybe, just maybe, what we can do, what the international community can do, okay, you want so much ceasefire? Let's go for it. But you have to surrender. You have to give up all the rockets and... Is it going to happen? Let me tell you a secret. I'm telling you, it's not a secret, but so many people in the world do not know it. It was already offered by the international community once and again. You have to disarm yourself and you will have no blockade and no siege. They always rejected it. You know what? Let's put it again on the table. Just in order, not because they're going to say yes now, just in order to make it clear that it's not Israel that is using to this kind of ceasefire.
So, if I can ask you, what is the idea of doing right now at this moment, Jim? And what would, if you were in that position where you have to do something, what do you do?
Say three words: intelligence, because the forces are there.
Dr. Chance, that's a lie. It's all lies without evidence.
מה אפשר להגיד על סעיד? סעיד זה איש מיוחד במינו. לצערנו הרב הוא נרצח, ומרגלית נחטפה מהבית לבד, אבל הגירוש שלה שם נשאר גדי מוזס, שהוא בעצם הבן זוג של אפרת שנרצחה, ושהבת שלה והבנות בין החטופים, ואני מקווה לראות אותם פה גם חזרה בקרוב.
יש לנו כבר 2 שמות מתוך 13.
2 שמזהים מתוך ה-13, וכן ירבו. שיגיעו לפה כולם. שוב, אני אומרת, כל החטופים נרוז, כל החטופים במדינה, מהמסיבה, מהעוטף, כולם צריכים להיות פה, כולם נחטפו מהמדינה הריבונית ב7 באוקטובר. כולם קמו לשבת של מסיבה, של טיולים, של שבת משפחתית, ונחטפו.
ברור, אז אנחנו נמשיך לצוות איתכם עד שתזהו את כולם. אנחנו רגע מחזירים אלייך את השידור יונית וכבר ממשיכים.
כן, זה כל כך מרגש, באמת. אומרים שם גם בניר עוז, רוב האנשים שנחטפו משוחררים היום, האימהות, הילדים, אנשים, הם נחטפו מניר עוז, לא כולם תושבי המקום. אמרה שם מישהי דיברה איתה, כשהיא מזהה 2 נשים בתוך המכוניות האלה. ברגע שנוכל לתת את השמות, נעשה את זה. אני מניחה שזה מרחק כמה דקות. היא כן סימנה את מרגלית מוזס ואת עדינה משה, אז אנחנו אומרים את השמות האלה, אבל בזהירות. זה מה שאנחנו יכולים לעשות בשלב הזה. המקום הראשון שאליו יגיעו על מפה ישראלית זה מעבר כרם שלום, ניצן שפירא, אתה שם.
נכון, יונית, וכרגע נחתו כאן 2 מסוקים, אני לא בטוח שאתם יכולים לראות אותם, אבל היכן שהפנסים שם נמצאים, אולי אתם יכולים לשמוע את הרעש של המסוקים, 2 מסוקים שהגיעו לכאן ממש בדקה האחרונה. הם נחתו כאן, אנחנו מדווחים על כך שהחטופים ייסעו מכאן ויצאו ממעבר כרם שלום במיניבוסים. אני לא יודע להגיד מה זה אומר בנוגע למסוקים האלה, אולי מי יוכל להרחיב על זה באולפן, אבל 2 מסוקים שמגיעים לכאן עכשיו, זו עוד אינדיקציה לכך שהמעבר של החטופים לכאן לתוך כרם שלום מתקרב, שהדבר הזה קרוב מאוד. גם הגורמים השונים במעבר כרם שלום, בתוכו גם גורמי הרפואה וגם גורמי הצבא כבר נערכים. הם קיבלו הודעה לפני דקות אחדות שזה ממש עכשיו המעבר של הישראלים לתוך המעבר, בעצם בכך לתוך שטח מדינת ישראל, צפוי לקרות בעוד כמה דקות. כאמור, לפני ממש דקה אחת 2 הליקופטרים, 2 מסוקים שנוחתים כאן בשטח שמאחורינו, וזה מה שמתרחש, וזו בעצם תמונת המצב כאן כעת.
תודה רבה, ניצן. אז אמרנו
אחד מהשניים. או שפשוט לקצר זמנים, לנסוע ברכב מכרם שלום לבסיס חצרים זה כשעה,
העסוקים עושים את זה ב10 דקות, והאפשרות הפחות טובה זה שאולי מישהו צריך לטוס ישר לבית חולים.
למרות שהעובדה שהם יושבים ככה ברכבים ואין שם
היא מאוד מאוד
דחוף, היא משהו שנובד ממנו, כי אנחנו מאוד מקווים שזה אומר שמצבם הרפואי הוא טוב. אז אמרנו, כיוון שתושבי ניר עוז זיהו עבורנו, או חשבו, אומרים שהם חושבים שהם זיהו עבורנו, גם את מרגלית מוזס ואת עדינה משה. נאמר לכם שעדינה היא אחת החטופות הראשונות, היא נחטפה מביתה ביום הזה, ביום השחור, ואם אתם זוכרים תמונה של מישהי על אופנוע בין שני אנשים, זוהי בעלה משה נרצח, ושגם את זה אמרו שם בניר עוז. אמר האחיין שלה באחד הראיונות, אף אחד לא חוטף אישה בת 72, אז יש בעולם הזה לצערנו.
הציאות שלה היה הציאות של סוכנות ידיעות AP, במה שיצר את הסערה הגדולה של אותו כתב, שבעצם תיעד את החטיפה, זה בעצם
זה המרגעים הראשונים בעצם שדנו באותו יום.
אנחנו ממתינים רגע לאישור רשמי והודעה רשמית של ישראל. מה שמתבצע עכשיו בעצם זה אותו וידוא והתאמה בין השמות לבין הרשימות. זה מתבצע עכשיו בצד המצרי על ידי ישראלים, אמרנו אנשי שב"כ, ואז אפשר יהיה בעצם לעשות את כל החיבור ואת האימות ולהוציא את ההודעה הרשמית, את האישור הרשמי שכל מי שמצפים לו נמצא בידיים ישראליות. אני מקווה שזה יקרה ממש בדקות הקרובות, ואז יהיה לנו בעצם את כל הפירוט המלא של מי מבין החטופים נמצא בידיים שלנו.
יש הודעה של הבית הלבן שמוסר שהם רוצים לראות את ההליך מתקדם, והם מוסרים שהם עובדים לשחרר אמריקנים במסגרת שחרור 50 החטופים, כולל אביגיל שיש לה גם אזרחות אמריקאית, והנשיא ביידן שוחח רבות עליה ששני הוריה נרצחו, התחייב שהוא יוציא אותה, וזאת ההודעה שיוצאת מהבית הלבן. זאת הודעה מאוד אופטימית, הם מציינים את השם המפורש של אביגיל, והם אומרים, אנחנו עובדים לשחרר אמריקנים ולראות 50 חטופים יוצאים משבי חמאס. הודעה חשובה של הבית הלבן.
בדקות האלה תתקבל ההחלטה איך מעבירים את החטופים לצד הישראלי. עדיין לא התקבלה החלטה הזו למיטב הבנתי, ולכן הוכנו גם המסוקים בקרן שלום מבעוד מועד, עם אפשרות לעשות כאן קיצור תהליכים, כי ראינו שהמעבר הזה לקח זמן אולי קצת יותר ממה שתכננו, אבל לפי מה שאני מבין לא היה כאן עיכובים מכוונים. זה היה התהליך, הוא לקח זמן. דיברנו כאן על הטיפול הרפואי הראשוני שעברו החטופים עוד באמבולנסים של הצלב האדום, אחר כך המעבר, כפי שאנחנו רואים לכלי רכב הללו, היה שם איזשהו עוד הליך כזה במעלה הדרך, ועכשיו הכי חשוב שיגיעו כבר הביתה, שיבדקו אותם ושבני המשפחה יוכלו לפגוש אותם.
כן, אנחנו רואים כל הזמן הגיעו הביתה, לחלק מהם אין בית לחזור אליו. ואנחנו לא
לחלק משפחתם.
לא, אני לא מתקנת אותך, זה מדגיש את העובדה שחלק מהאולי לא לומדים את הצ'ק, כמו שקרה כאן. נכון. אבל כמה זמן עבר, לאיזה משפחה הם חוזרים מבני המשפחה, נרצח, זה דברים שאנחנו לא יכולים לצפה לעלות.
נכון, ולכן יחד עם בני המשפחה יש גם צוותים של עובדים סוציאליים ואנשי בריאות הנפש, שהם בעצם משודכים למשפחה ולחטוף, והם מלווים את האנשים האלה עכשיו במעלה הדרך בדיוק במשעול הארוך הזה בחזרה אל החיים, צריך לומר, גם בהיבטים פיזיים, גם בהיבטים נפשיים, וגם לעשות בעצם את כל התיאום של מה שאת מתארת כאן, לעשות את כל השלמת הפער הזה, ולנסות להתחיל להחזיר אותם בחזרה לשפיות.
והאמת שיש משהו מאוד מעודד, כי כשחזרו, שיוחנן ליפשיץ ונורית קופר חזרו, הם היו באמבולנסים של הצלב האדום, וחזרו בהם רפואית כאן, אנחנו רואים רכבים, אנחנו לא יודעים להגיד בוודאות, אבל זה אומר שהמצב הרפואי, על אף מה שאנחנו נקרא
לא ראינו את כולם, ראינו כנראה את רובם, ובינתיים זה נראה שהם כולם, מה שנקרא, עומדים על הרגליים. זה מאוד חשוב.
פה יושבים זקופים במכונית, שזה דבר, כן. עוד אינדיקציה שבאמת הכל מתנהל כשורה, זה ההודעה של משרד החוץ הקטרי, שישראל עכשיו שחררה את 39 האסירים והאסירות הפלסטינים. זה גם שלב חשוב שאומר שאנחנו מתקדמים בתלם, והפעימה הזאת בעצם יצא לפועל, כן, והלב באמת מחסיר פעימה, ובאמת שההתרגשות כאן היא מאוד גדולה לראות את התמונות האלה. אלה הראשונים, אנחנו מקווים שעוד יהיו הרבה מאוד אחריהם, אבל זו תמונות של שמחה גדולה. אנחנו בקרוב גם נוכל לומר את הרשימה במלואה ברגע שיהיה אישור לכך מגורמים ישראלים. הדבר הנכון לעשות היה שהמשפחות ידעו במה מדובר.
Sometimes you have to do what you have to do. You have to cut your losses. That's what we did. And let's hope that we'll be smarter afterwards and continue the campaign.
So, Arshlan, I'm going to ask you that same question. Was the deal a good deal to begin with?
First of all, it is a done deal. And
Hi sa ating dalawang viewers dyan, guys. Ito, meron ng binigay na 13 hostages. Ayan. On the way na sila. Nakakaiyak lang, guys. Kasi 13 lang yung binigay. Tapos 12 na Thailander. Yan yung mga Thailander. Sana kasama naman yung Pilipina. Yan yung mga, ayun, Thailander yan, guys. So, ito yung mga elderly. May nakita akong bata. Ewan ko kung yung 3 years old yun, or sana kasama naman yung 9 months. Ayan yung mga Thailander.
Eventually it had. I mean,
Bali 12 na Thailander ang
nilabas
nila, ibinigay nila. Kasi 24 Thailander yata yung hostages.
Hopefully 50, but it only the beginning, there are at least
240 plus.
Yeah, exactly. So no, some of them are from Thailand and they are going to be released, or they already were released, 10 or 11, yeah.
So, iyan na yung mga lumalabas na yata sa hindi mga yan. Yung mga Thailander nagtatrabaho sa farm.
I'm saying the cut point is between civilians and soldiers. And the cut point would be between civilians and soldiers. This might be further at the process. And of course, the question of surrender, I don't see the Hamas surrendering, but if they surrender, then they would have to have some exit strategy somewhere else. It's a decision that we have to make. We did it in Beirut with the PLO, you remember? And I'm not sure we'll be able or want to do it now, and who will take them. Of course, if surrendering is an option.
That's exactly why I'm saying, I mean, we have to offer them to surrender. They will say no. Please say,
I think Alan did say either die or surrender. I think that was...
But Israel should put it on the table officially. We want this fire, and then to put the conditions. But Israel, let's say, Israel made a mistake. That's what I mean. Because Israel, in the first place, I think, was supposed to say, we do not want any fight, we do not want any war, we do not want any bloodshed. But you have to surrender. Israel did not do it, unfortunately. By the way, I think it's not late. I think Israel should do it.
Do you think Israel was backed into a corner?
No.
That's what it sounds like. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I think, I mean, we started, this is a terrible setback in our history. We were really caught up off guard, and the beginning stage was horrendous. Now we're trying to pick up. We picked up, we started a campaign. The idea was that the two strategies, campaign and hostages, would work together. We succeeded to get to this point, but then we have to weigh our steps afterwards.
But sorry, go ahead. Guy as well has
Just an important update about the hostages. Well, 2 names have been confirmed. One of them is Margalit Moses, 78 years old. The second is Adina Moshe, 72 years old. Adina's husband has been murdered in front of her eyes before she was kidnapped. Also an update about the numbers, because there was this confusion. Here we can see them on the screens right now. Adina Moshe, 72 years old. Soon will be at the hands of her family.
Moshe Adina.
We'll be able to meet with her. We hope that she is well. At least we know that she is alive and she's on her way. to an Israeli team of medical professionals, of social workers, doctors, nurses that will attend to her, and hopefully she will be meeting her family soon. As for the numbers, that there was some confusion throughout this evening. We can confirm 13 Israelis, 10 Thais, and 1 Filipino. These are the nationalities of the people
Nakalabas
released
yung
this evening,
ano.
and that is a confirmation from the Qatari
Wow.
foreign ministry spokesman. So there you have it, the 13 Israelis as promised. Luckily, are alive, have been released, on the way still. We're still waiting for the news of them crossing into Israeli territory. Nonetheless, there is confirmation about the fact that they are being released. Their identity of 2 of them has just been exposed. A senior Israeli official has been quoted as saying that the children and the mothers on the way to Israel are okay.
Okay. Children and mothers. But many of those that we have names for in their 70s, and I wonder whether or not that's.
I don't want to read too much into it at this point. They will be examined very soon, but I think it is also in Hamas's interest at this point to show those images and to release those who are in good health for whatever PR Hamas is gaining from this.
No, I just think that we saw Adina on her back. Here she is, yeah. For 2-3 seconds. I mean, it looks like if it's according to the pictures that you.
As far as we can identify with her curly hair.
Okay, are you still with us? No, I don't think he is. I think he's gone. Doron, I wanted to ask you about the fact that many of the ones who have been released are in their 70s. They aren't the children. I mean, that there is an emotional psychops that's dealt with this kind of thing.
As we talked about elderly, but also about mothers and kids, I hope that it should be, we will soon know exactly who are they. It's a very emotional moment for everybody in Israel. It's the first time that we see, apart from the lady soldier that we rescued in the beginning, the first time that we see hostages alive coming to our country back. Emotional, let's see what's next.
Well, Shlomo, you're watching this. As we mentioned, that many of those who have been released are older. Is there a political? Is there? I don't say political is not the right word. Is there a strategic chip that is being done by releasing those who are a little bit older?
I don't want to come into details about which of the hostages should be released. Of course, little children and babies are the most, creature that they even don't understand where they are. And then I believe that we are not those who are selecting these people, and I hate the word selecting. Only Hamas is selecting who will be released, which makes me also a bit bothering.
Yeah, but that's my point, though, is that the fact that they are selecting, there's a reason. I mean, they're doing this purposely.
I believe that they have their reasons. I believe that little kids and old people are those who are suffering, supposed to suffer less. I don't know if, but it's their decisions. I don't think I should elaborate about it.
Understood. Okay. I thank you. I fully understand that. Doron, let me ask you about it. The military operation from here on in, everything's on hold. Doesn't mean that the troops go back behind the lines.
The forces are inside. There's no going back and waiting. They have to be prepared, of course, for any provocation or any optional Hamas guy who decide to shoot. It doesn't have to be. Ceasefire can be broken by people that are not under the chain of command, so you have to be very careful not to get casualties in those 4 days, and to keep on the other hand, keep the ceasefire alive, because you want the deal end. Right, to see the deal ending.
I I wanted to thank Ori Shlundam, the former special advisor to the Ministers of Defense and hostage. We are going to take a break in just a minute, but I just want to let everyone know that what you're looking at are live, were pictures, moments ago, of hostages being released. 13 Israeli hostages being released by Hamas. They're on their way home to Israel. You're watching I-24 News Live team coverage of this momentous occasion in Israel's history. We'll be back right after the break.
Israel is in a state of war. Families completely shut down in their beds. We have no idea where he stands. Our soldiers are fighting on the front lines, but the general perception is something that certainly needs to be fought as well.
Prior to the state of Israel, at 6:45 approximately, there's
Welcome to I-24 News. I'm Albert Lewitton of the I-24 News Desk in Tel Aviv. You're looking at live team coverage of the release of 13 hostages, Israeli hostages, who are on their way home. This happened moments ago here in a dramatic position where 13 Israeli hostages, 11 Thai hostages were released by Hamas. The 13 Israeli hostages are now on their way home. They're being medically evaluated right now, and they're being sent to a facility, an army facility, and an IDF facility nearby. And then from there, they'll be taken to hospitals and be evaluated for the next 48 hours. A dramatic moment here in Israel, a dramatic moment that was seen by millions around the world. This is the moment that everyone was looking for. This is the moment that 13 Israeli hostages were put into Red Cross vehicles, and they were sent to the border with Egypt, and from there they'll be brought all across back to Israel. I'm joined in studio by Guy Azrael, I-24 News senior editor, and he has an update on what's going on.
Yes, so these Israeli hostages are now making their way into Israel. We're still waiting for confirmation that they have crossed the border into Israel. We know that they're expected to first point where they will cross into Israel. From there, they will be taken to the Israeli Air Force base of Hatzerim in the Negev Desert. They will undergo very initial medical examination, and from there will be taken to some of the designated hospitals via helicopters. Finally, we'll get a chance to meet their families, their loved ones who have been waiting for 49 days for any sign of life of them. Obviously, extreme joy, a very emotional moment, both for these families and for the state of Israel as a whole. This is an unprecedented event, a release of so many hostages in one go, but also, unfortunately, with the joy of their release, I cannot complete the sentence without reminding our viewers that we're still talking about over 200 Israelis that are still being held there by Hamas in those underground tunnels, have not seen daylight in 49 days, many of them wounded, needing urgent medical care, and have not seen a doctor or anyone from the Red Cross since they were abducted on that terrible October 7th, Saturday.
Children, toddlers, elderly, disabled, people who have mental disabilities too. We're not talking soldiers. These are civilians.
And this is really incomprehensible. And I'll say this again. Who kidnaps children? In what world are we living in which children, babies as young as 10 months old baby, are being abducted from their homes? In which twisted world can anyone justify this? I mean, this goes to many of the leaders that we heard around the world. I think Ben can speak more about that. The justification given by so many in the world to these atrocities by Hamas. One of them, the UN chief.
Unfortunately, what he said was terrible, that nothing is happening in a vacuum. And the best answer was, the Nazis also portrayed about the Jews. Nothing happened in a vacuum. I mean, it was a terrible moment. But we are in another moment. After all the tragedies, what we saw, so many people were murdered, so many people were killed. Just to remember one thing, it's a moment of, in Hebrew we say, Israel Arabim Jerusalem, a moment of Israelis, Jews are responsible for one another. So it's also with all this terrible story of the last 50 days, it's a moment of pride for us, for the Israelis. Yes, we do care about each other. Yes, we do care. Yes, we do every effort. So some people complain, maybe this thing is not the best. Yes, but we do care. And this is a moment of pride.
You're looking now, these are here on I-24 News. We have now named some of the hostages who have been released. This is 45-year-old Aloni Daniel, 5-year-old Emilia Aloni. Sorry, I'm sorry. This is mother and daughter. And then we have our last names first. It's Emilia Aloni.
Yeah, Daniel Aloni and Emilia Aloni,
mother and child. This is the first time we have named someone who is not a 70 plus year old. These are a 45-year-old mother and child. This goes back to what we discussed earlier about the political points about the fact that mother and child are being released. This is heartstrings, trying to pull the heartstrings of Israelis. Something like this is where Israel wants to see, but on the other hand knows that in the international community it's being looked at like, you see?
Yes, something is very interesting is going to happen because you spoke about the ceasefire. There is a kind of a ceasefire in the demonstrations against Israel. I mean, for 4 days at least now, people are not going to demonstrate about what?
Interestingly enough, what's the timing of how?
Wala yung baby.
So there is a kind of
Alonia Daniel, 45.
all this kind of what we see, students, universities, campuses, demonstrations, London, with hundreds of thousands. I mean, what a terrible moment for the free world. See what you did. Just see what you did. I mean, so many preachers in London, in Britain, in other places that are actually doing the same, but the same, like the preachers in Gaza. it's the same. I mean, hatred, killing, controlling the world by the Sharia law. I mean, they say publicly in so many mosques in Britain, and you let it happen. And this is the outcome, what you saw, those mass demonstrations in so many cities.
An important update, reassuring news that all 13 hostages are now in Israel, in the hands of the Israeli authorities, where they will receive medical treatment, medical examination, will get a first phone call with their families, and then will be taken to certain designated hospitals where the families are anxiously waiting for their arrival. A mother and child among those who have just been released. The face of Amelia Aloni has been all over posters in Israel and around the world. This beautiful young girl, innocent girl, taken out of her home. We can see it on our screens now. It's again incomprehensible to imagine that an innocent girl like this, that there could be any justification for her being a hostage by a radical Islamist jihadist group like Hamas, for anyone to justify what has been done to her, taken out of her home. We can't even describe what do you even tell her family members, but her school friends. I know personally of a relative of mine who's one of her best friends from school, and they're 9 years old, has been abducted into Gaza. It took their family and the community a lot of time to even send that message to those children, to find a way to explain that without getting into detail about the fact that their friend, their loved one, is missing, is being held hostage by some evil people, as this is how you perhaps send that message to those young children with their friends no longer next to them in their schools, in their kindergartens. How do you even begin to explain this to those young souls? And not even starting to imagine what it feels for this little Amelia. And luckily for her, unlike others, she was there with her mother, so hopefully there was someone to hold her and to explain the situation to her as much as you can explain the reality of being held hostage under tunnels of Hamas in Gaza. But what do you say to Abigail, who today commemorates, if anybody knows of that, her 4th birthday? Abigail, whose both parents have been slaughtered in front of her eyes. She has no parents to hold her in those tunnels. We cannot begin to imagine what she is going through. Some better fortune tonight for Amelia and for her family, and she's being returned. Israelis and people around the world are watching anxiously to get more information about those Israelis, to know that they are okay, and to get more names of those who were lucky enough to be released today. We're expecting 50 of them to be released over the course of the next 3 days, and hopefully more as well. And this is important because this is part of the deal that Israel signed through Qatar and the US with Hamas, that should Hamas provide more hostages to be released, Israel will extend that pause. It's not really a ceasefire, that pause in the fighting for additional days. So 10 more hostages will win Hamas another day of pause in the fighting. Israel is hoping to see more of them alive. Hamas says cynically that it needs that time as well to locate those Israelis who are held hostage in Gaza. We do know, and this is not defending Hamas whatsoever, that during that onslaught on October 7th, many Israelis were taken both by other groups, and we're seeing more names. Karen Mundar and her son, Ohad Mundar. Ohad was featured in a video by Seinfeld star Jason Alexander a few days ago. His voice explained explaining his situation. Very lucky, Ohad. We're very happy to have his name being released as well.
And we're being told that Ohad's grandmother is also one who has just been released. We're looking more into that one.
Yes, his grandmother Ruti is also among those released. So 3 members of the same family that were taken from their home are being released as we speak. They were kidnapped from the kibbutz of Nir Oz.
Yeah, all of them actually. There's a whole group is coming from Nir Oz, from the kibbutz Nir Oz.
And that is a community that is almost completely vanished. We're talking about more than a third of the kibbutz that were either slaughtered, kidnapped, missing, and of course all of them completely displaced. And this is something for the world to understand as well. We're not just talking about the numbers of over 1,200 Israelis that were slaughtered. We're not just talking about over 230 Israelis that are hostages by Hamas. The entire communities have disappeared because all these communities close to the border had to flee their homes. They had obviously don't feel safe in their homes. These are closed military zones right now. After the border was breached, after their homes are no longer safe, and we're talking about many thousands of Israelis who are displaced at this time from these kibbutzes, from the city of Sderot, from nearby communities, and also in the north, amid the fear of Hezbollah.
Guy, I'm going to hold up for 1 second. I'm going to go. I want to quickly ask Doron Avital, who's the former IDF head of the IDF. So you're in a room with Karen, with Ohad. You're in a room with Daniela, with Amelia. What's the first 2 questions you ask them?
Well, I'm all a special forces guy, so I'm not sure I have the psychological background.
Let's from the military, from the special forces perspective.
I think, first of all, you have to see that the well-being is secured.
Right, of course.
So this will be the first task of the day. I mean, you don't force them now to interrogation or together. Right, this will be the first, of course. But I'm sure the next stage, for sure not with the kids, but the more the elderly, you would like to get some clue about the chain of events that they went through, and through that to try to get some picture that can help us to facilitate our next move. Because as touching and of course emotional those moments are, we have to be very cool-headed about the move that we're making afterwards. I mean, after the ceasefire, or whether when there will be new deals that we'll have to really evaluate. So this is for the decision makers. I don't envy the decision makers in terms of the support that they will get. I'm sure it will be the best practice possible.
But you ask things like, were there men, women? I mean, one of the things that people are always saying, like, oh, the citizens of Gaza were innocent, that they had no part in this whatsoever. It's possible that they may have been held by citizens of Gaza.
In terms of the locality, in terms of the different entities that took some of the hostages, we have some picture about it. I mean, we appointed with San Alon, a former special forces also, guy to be the general, which is responsible for organizing all the database on the intelligence and then help the head of the Mossad in executing this deal. It was Qatar. So we have to get and complete the picture of what went from the moment they were abducted to the moment they are now released, to try to get a picture about the other hostages. It's critical for us to get this picture right, and then to follow on this picture when we'll have the option to do so.
Okay, if you can. Okay, and then what if that's the case? If you're having that intelligence discussion with someone where you're trying to get some basic information, were you above ground, below ground?
Exactly, that kind of
that's the kind of thing you're looking for.
I'm sure we had a feeling that they were taken from the north to the south, for example. This is one of our assumptions. So how were they taken from the north to the south? Because every clue, like in a detective story, you can complete the picture with other intelligence sources, and this kind of gives us the picture, the whole picture about the story and that they went through, and this can help us to make better decisions in the future. Of course, we have to be very careful, and I think we declared there's no interrogation. It's not like a captive that comes from, like prisoners of war that have been interrogated right after they are being home, to be much more gentle, but we would like to know what they can provide in terms of the whereabouts.
So there was a discussion of the fact that the Red Cross was pushed hard.
Exactly. This was one of the reasons why the Hamas was playing so hard not to let the Red Cross in to the other hostages, because this is what is in our interest, of course, in terms of knowing how the hostages are. But of course, this is the issue. Intelligence is key. The Red Cross is in between the two of us. We didn't get the option that the Red Cross would visit the hostages. Too bad.
Yeah. Let's talk a little bit about what the next step is from here. So this is tonight. Tomorrow we're expecting to get another list. Or I should say the idea for somebody from and special forces may get a list.
So first of all, this first step means that the deal is being executed according to plan. It means that we have
They held up their part of the bargain, if you will.
It's a key, because we're not sure until, of course, we have also to look at the North, because basically there's some tacit assumption that the North doesn't go in flame during this ceasefire. They are not part of the deal, but they are, in some sense, Hezbollah says that we won't instigate any terror, but who knows what will happen in the North. So we have first of all to execute those 4 days, get our 50 hostages. Maybe during those 4 days there will be other offers that we have to evaluate seriously, and how to maintain the momentum of the campaign once the ceasefire ends. This is a big story, because in warfare, momentum is key. And when you lose momentum in warfare, you might not get the victory that you want. So this would be one thing on the mind of the generals, how to get the momentum, the forces ready, and not to lose the momentum in the battle.
Right, because you can have it's almost like deflating a balloon, if you will, for a little bit of moment.
The momentum is key, every general will tell you in every battlefield.
And that's almost one of the reasons why Hamas wants this pause.
Exactly.
It's like, we'll do drip by drip by drip, and you're stuck here for 3 weeks, and let's see what happens.
This is the strategy of the Hamas. I was saying at the beginning, the release of those 150 prisoners, this is not the big prize they were looking for. They want ceasefire, they want to derail our military campaign, and in the end, with the help of maybe international community that will be not in their side, but would have an interest in preventing us to continue to stop the military campaign. That's the main objective of Hamas.
More names being given now. The family of Katz Sher, we're talking about Doron, 34 years old, Raz, 4 years old, and Aviv, who's 2.5 years old. Again, all kidnapped from the kibbutz of Nir Oz. And Doron's brother, Ravid, and her mother's partner are both still in the hands of Hamas. We also mentioned the Mundar family earlier. Well, their grandfather, Abraham, also is still in Hamas captivity. So not just the tragedy that they've gone through on October 7th, being abducted, seeing their loved ones being killed in front of their eyes, slaughtered, and they have to go another tragedy now, where they're being released and they have to say goodbye, if they even get a chance to do so, to their family members who are still there at the hands of Hamas. Who knows when, if at all, they will have a chance to be freed from those tunnels.
And they also really don't know what happened in the outside world.
We have to take into account that we know about the 50 prisoners that are going to be released in those 4 days. I mean, it's not clear. I'm sure we took into account in our negotiation with Hamas, not directly, for Qatar, about the cohesiveness of this release. We know the 50 hostages that are going to be released, and I hope actually the grandfather will be released, but who knows.
And as we mentioned enough, there are no adult males that are even said to be released. We're only talking about children under the age of 19, some of their mothers and elderly women. This is what we're seeing in front of our eyes. These are the ones who made it to this list of hostages that are said to be released. Obviously, so many men are there as well, not to mention Israeli soldiers, both male and females.
Guy Azrael, thanks so much. I want to bring our viewers up to speed right now. You're watching I-24 live team coverage of the hostages being released from Hamas. They've been transferred to Israeli custody. They're being medically evaluated. Joining us now live is Patricia Ray Gonzalez. She's the head of strategic communications for the International Committee of the Red Cross. She's joining us live now from Tel Aviv. Thanks so much for joining us, Patricia. Talk to us a little bit about what the hostages that have been released are doing right now. What has the Red Cross? What is your moment right now that you're doing?
First of all, First thing I want to say is that we are extremely relieved that finally we have facilitated the release of these hostages and that the suffering of the family is coming to an end. We have been trying behind closed doors publicly to advocate for the release of hostages. The Red Cross, the ICRC, the organization I represent, has been fully committed from day one to make sure that this moment happens. As a humanitarian organization, we are finally very glad to know that these hostages will finally be able to be together and reunited with their families. Our operation has been to facilitate the release of these hostages by Hamas and bring them in our cars to the Rafah border, where we have delivered them to the Egyptian authorities. The operation has taken place with 4 cars, 8 ICRC staff members, and one doctor as part of the crew as well, to make sure that the hostages were in perfect health conditions to travel. And our operation has been going to the Rafah border with our cars, where we have handed over successfully the hostages to the Egyptian authorities.
Were you able to make any medical evaluation of the hostages that were released?
Our doctor has checked that the hostages were in basic health conditions to be able to carry out the trip. So this is part of the routine that we carry out when we do this kind of operations.
Do we have any, are you able, I know that there's some privacy issues, are you able to tell us what kind of conditions they're in? I mean, you said that they were basically the basic conditions, but are there any of those who are in very grave condition, or any of them perhaps very close to death, anything of that nature?
I cannot comment on their health conditions. I don't have more information. What I can tell you is that our teams make sure that if there is any health need that these hostages have, there is a doctor as part of the crew to make sure that all these medical needs that the hostages might have, they're fully covered. So we make sure that during the trip there isn't any emergency, and that we take care from the minute one until we hand over the hostages. We take care of their health needs and make sure that they are in perfect conditions to undertake the journey from the point where we collect them to the point where we deliver them.
Okay, Ms. Gonzalez, if I can ask you this, what about the others?
Indeed. I want to reiterate the ICRC's call that we have done from day one, which is we're calling for the immediate release of all hostages. We do not forget them. We know that there are still families that today are waiting to see their loved ones coming back home. We are going to start, we have started today, a multi-day operation to release a number of hostages that was agreed upon by the parties, and this is just the beginning. We will continue in the coming days, facilitating the release of more hostages. This will not cover all of them, the ones that are still being held by Hamas. So we want to make sure that our call is heard. We call for the immediate release of all hostages. We are ready to facilitate the release of all hostages. We are ready to have access to these hostages, to bring them medicine. We are committed from day one as a humanitarian organization. We have undertaken these operations in several countries around the world. We know the suffering of the family. We know we can do it, and we just need the agreement by the parties to give us access and to make sure that we can fulfill our role as a humanitarian organization.
Was it part of the deal?
As you know, part of the deal was to begin a multi-day operation to release a specific number of hostages. What we can say now is that we are ready to go and visit the hostages and bring any relief that they might need, if this is what the parties agreed upon. Our role as neutral intermediary is to be on standby, ready with our cars, ready with our doctors, ready with our staff, and the moment the parties agree, we go. This has been like this from the beginning. We just need the parties to agree and to give us a final official confirmation that we can do it.
Right, but the Israeli party had, if I may, the Israeli government had allowed the Red Cross to come in and visit the Palestinian prisoners that were being held by Israel. Why hasn't Hamas been allowed, why haven't you been able to get to Hamas to get inside where the hostages are being held? It seems like a very easy thing to do.
As a humanitarian organization, we do not take part of the negotiations of the agreement. We do not make the decision of what is agreed upon, who is actually identified to be released. So we do
understand that, but Ms. Gonzalez, if I may, I don't mean to push back for it, but a lot in Israel believe that the ICRC has not done enough. You haven't pushed hard enough. You haven't gone there and said, listen, our job has been, since the moment we were created, is to make sure that this doesn't happen, and Hamas has been violating every single law, international law, by letting this happen. So how is it, what active action is the Red Cross actually taking? I'm sorry to be a little strict about it, but a lot of people want to know this question, this simple question.
Our president has met 3 times with the families of the hostages. I'm saying this because I want everybody to know that at the highest level of our organization, our president herself, she has personally met with Israeli authorities and with the families to express her commitment to continue pushing for the release of our hostages. Recently, our president herself has traveled to Doha to meet with the highest level authorities of Hamas to continue calling for the release of our hostages. At our level, at our highest level, this organization, my president, my colleagues here in Israel, and also our colleagues in Gaza, have been giving their days, entire days, to make sure that we are ready and we are pushing for the release of the hostages. As you know, we already facilitated 2 previous releases in very, very precarious safety conditions in Gaza. Our teams, my colleagues, are risking their lives to facilitate the release of these hostages. You can rest assured that from our side, we are pushing all we can to make sure that these Israeli citizens and other nationalities, they can go back to their families.
Well, I understand that, but your president met with the highest levels of Hamas. You have people on the ground in Gaza. This is the part that I don't think we understand, is that people in Israel are wondering, there is a way for you to get there. There is a way for you to find out just if they're alive and what condition they're in. We're not asking you to negotiate their release. We're asking just to make sure there's proof of life, and that hasn't happened yet.
For us to be able to go, as we don't have any power more than our capacity to convince, we don't know where the hostages are. We cannot force ourselves into the places where the hostages are.
But you can, if I may, Ms. Gonzalez, if I may. Everyone has a phone, everyone has WhatsApp, everyone has Facebook, everyone has Instagram. So you need to tell me that there's no way to phone and ask, hey, is that person alive? Is that person alive? I find that very hard to believe. I'm not trying to be rude with you, ma'am. I'm just trying to get answers.
Yes, so our answer is, it's extremely important that the parties to this conflict agree on the conditions for us to have access. We cannot force ourselves into the places where the hostages are. We are not the ones to go without knowing where these hostages are. It is again the responsibility of those who can reach these agreements to put some humanity at the center of this conflict and make sure that humanitarian organizations like mine can operate. What I can tell you is that our phones are all the time ringing, our president is all the time traveling to make sure that we are given all the conditions necessary, the information, the coordinates, the information that we need to make sure that we can finally facilitate the reunification of these hostages with their families. Unfortunately, we cannot do more than what we are doing. Publicly, we have asked for the immediate release. We have asked for access behind closed doors. We are advocating with all those who have influence. So we are doing, I can reassure you, all we can to make sure that we facilitate the release of those hostages. And I think the operation of today is showing with our heart, our teams on the ground are showing that whenever there is an agreement, the ICRC teams are ready to go, committed from day one, and making sure that we bring some respite to the suffering that the Israeli society, the families, and the hostages are going through. You can rest assured that the ICRC will continue committed as from day one to facilitate the release of these hostages and to have access to them. We think of the remaining hostages, we will not forget them. We will continue to be there, knocking on doors, ringing phones to make sure that we have the access that everybody wants.
But if I may, Ms. Gonzalez, I'm going to ask one more time. I don't mean, forgive me. If it was the other way around, and Israel said, we're not letting anyone in to come take a look at the Palestinian prisoners, I bet you all the money I have in the bank, that someone would be screaming at the ICRC, and someone at the ICRC would be screaming, how dare Israel not do that? So I don't understand how no one from the ICRC is saying, how dare Hamas not tell us where they are? How dare Hamas not tell us what their medical condition is? I just don't understand that.
Then I think we should follow our public communication. I will be delighted to share with you all the statements and all the social media posts that we have published calling for access to the hostages. If you see our communication from day one, we have asked for that. We are also in dialogue and in conversations with all the parties to the conflict, including Hamas. We're talking to Hamas and we're asking them, please.
That's it. Please, that's the part that I think Israelis don't understand. Please is not enough. It's more than we demand. The same way that ICRC demands to get into the Israeli prisons, how come ICRC has not been able to demand to go see the hostages? It's a very simple demand.
So again, in our public communication, and of course we said we are asking for immediate release of all hostages. But again, I know that there are a lot of expectations on the ICRC. We appreciate that. We have been in conversation with the families of the hostages. We received them in our office. Our head of delegation person as well. We are directly in contact with them and seeing the suffering that we are going through. We don't have the power to force anyone to give us access.
I understand that. I fully understand you don't have the power to. But everyone expects, maybe that's the problem, maybe everyone expects the Red Cross to be this kind of organization that has prided itself in doing this in the past. So this is the part, how do you reconcile what Israelis, or not even Israelis, people around the world, forget Israelis, Americans, anyone who gives money to the Red Cross, that you can't do a simple thing like demand Hamas that we want to have some sort of medical indication of what the hostages, the 240, we're not even talking, I mean, this is unheard of in history, and this is exactly what the Red Cross is supposed to be doing, and this is why I don't understand why the RCRC is like sort of like, well, we're going to ask is not enough.
Yes, in fact, there is indeed a misunderstanding on the power that we have as a humanitarian organization. We appreciate that there are a lot of expectations on us. I think I want to say we are delivering. As I'm talking to you, I'm seeing with pride the images of my colleagues, and I know each of them very well. From working with them, they are right now facilitating the release of these hostages. I think this action speaks by itself. If the ICRC is not there, nobody else surely will be able to do it. So I hope
I'm sure I can find a few people
in Israel, I hope that the people in Israel can see these images and can also appreciate that whenever we are given the okay, we are there and we are committed, because we are committed to help these hostages and their families. But there is a misunderstanding indeed, which is we are a humanitarian organization. We don't have guns, we don't have bombs, we don't have anything to force ourselves and impose on others the access that we want to have. It's a humanitarian organization. We can just ask. We have with emphasis asked Hamas publicly and also discreetly for access. So
we very much and understand that the video you're looking at right now of the hostages in Red Cross vehicles, fully understand that, fully appreciate that. And this is the part that everyone thinks, oh, that's what the Red Cross does. That's what the Red Crescent does in Muslim countries. That's what the Magan Adom in Israel does. But there's a frustration. Understand, there's a frustration around the world. And I'm not talking about Israelis. I'm talking about worldwide. There's a frustration that the ICRC has not turned to Hamas and said, hey, you're simple. All we're asking to do is to just find out if these people are alive and if they need medical help. That's all we're asking for. We're not here to help. We're not here to negotiate terms, nothing like that. Just give us some sort of indication. And the fact that you, Hamas, has not done that yet indicates a big problem on an international scale. Like, why get money from anyone around the world, billions of dollars? And mind you, I've seen the budget of the ICRC. It's a lot. So why can't you guys do that? So do you understand the concern?
We share your frustration, and indeed, when we call for access, we also expect to be given the access. People who donate to the ICRC have seen that we deliver, and again, the images of today and the images of the coming days, and hopefully the images of days to come, will prove that the ICRC plays as an ultra-intermediary role, a critical role to make sure that when the parties reach an agreement, there is someone who can go and deliver. Because we are neutral, we don't countries around the world, and we know that we play a critical role because when an agreement is reached, the ICRC is always there. We hope that in the days to come, we'll definitely bring more good news to the people in Israel, to the people around the world. We know that there are also families waiting for their loved ones, hostages, to be released all around the world. I can also tell you, we, the ICRC, have colleagues who are still abducted. We haven't been able to rescue them and to have news on them for years. Do you think we don't try? We try very hard, but we cannot force ourselves in. If we could do that, our colleagues, ICRC colleagues who have been abducted for years, would be already with us. So I just want to make sure that there is a clear understanding of what we can do as a humanitarian organization, and that all of you, the Israeli society, you are clear that we remain fully committed to make sure that all these hostages are released and that we can have access to them. It's not in our power, but the minute we have the okay, we will go and we will continue calling discreetly and publicly for the immediate release of all hostages.
Patricia Gonzalez, I want to thank you for taking the time at least to talk to us about this. And thank you again. If I was a little strong on you, we were just trying to get some answers, and I thank you very much for your time. Patricia Gonzalez, the head of the Strategic Communications for the International Committee of the Red Cross, she's joining us live from Tel Aviv. Thanks again. In case you're just joining us here at I-24 News Around the World, we want to let you know some big breaking news that's occurred all throughout the day. 13 Israeli hostages are now released. They are now in those Red Cross vehicles they're now in the hands of Israeli officials. They are on their way home, and that's what everyone wants to know. Let me read you who they are. They are Ruth Munder, 78 years old. Karen Munder, she's 54 years old. Ohad Munder, 9 years old. Daniela Aloni, 45 years old. Emilia Aloni, 5 years old, mother and daughter. There's Vaz Katz, who's 6 years old, 4 years old, sorry. Doron Katz, 34 years old. Aviva Katz, 2 years old. And then please.
So we have Adina Moshe, 72 years old. Margalit Moses, 78 years old. Yafa Adar, 85 years old. Hannah Perry, 79 years old. And the last name here really stands out. Now we can talk about this. Her name is Hannah Katzir. She's 77 years old. She appeared in a Hamas video a couple of weeks ago, and later was announced dead, actually, by the Palestinian Islamic Jihad. A part of their psychological warfare, and we're hearing now that, in fact, she's back alive in Israel. Just shows you the immense cruelty, the cynicism, and transparency and just lying to her family and to the world about her death. Thankfully, she's back in Israel and alive.
Guys, I'm going to have you hold on for one moment. Let's not continue our live team coverage. I-24 News' Pierre Kloschender, a correspondent who's joining us now live from Tel Aviv at what many have called Hostage Square in Tel Aviv. Pierre.
Hostage and Missing Square, yeah. Hi, Albert. I'm here with Hannah Ironi. She is carrying the portrait of Alex Danzig. Alex Olesh Danzig from Kibbutz Nahal Oz. Near Oz, sorry. 75-year-old. What's your relation to Alex, to Olesh?
Olesh is my cousin. We grew up together in Poland. We came to Israel in 1957, and we grew up again here until we were 18. Then he left to kibbutz near Oz. He went to the army, and then he stayed all his life in a kibbutz. He was historian, and he was
He was a peasant as well.
Yes. For 30 years he was between Poland and New Oz.
He was a historian. You're talking in past tense.
Yes. No, he is. We hope to meet him again, and he is so clever and full of humor.
He's a historian of the Holocaust, right?
A historian of Holocaust, and the relationship between the Polish in the Jews, not only in the Holocaust, but before.
Tell me about this portrait.
There is a group of artists that came here and painted the kingdom by their pictures. And the one that painted him, he made it special. It took, you can see his eyes, his talking eyes. Something very, very, it's him in this picture.
When was the last time you met Olesh?
A month before all this tragedy happened, he came to visit us. I cooked for him his Polish food that he loved. Then we spoke about 10 days before. We spoke on the telephone, and our plan was to visit together in Poland, to go to Warsaw, to Krakow. He loved Poland. He loved Israel. He had in the kibbutz family, grandchildren, children, but he loved Poland, and he was very famous there. Very appreciated there.
You haven't heard of anything about his condition in Gaza?
Nothing. His sons they walking all over the world in this. His son just came from Italy. He met the Pope. But I understand that they don't know anything. We hope that everything is okay, that he will come. He's a very sick person. But we hope that he'll be okay and we'll see him again.
Is he strong enough to endure?
We hope so. We hope so. He's a strong person. He's a very strong person. And so clever. Really. And we hope to see him and enjoy him again. That's our hope.
Thank you, Hannah. I just want to ask you one last question. You came here not only because of Olesh, right? Tell me why.
Because today is a birthday of a little girl named Abigail. She's 4 now, and she's still kidnapped to Gaza, as we know. I don't know her. I don't know her family, but she's in the age of my grandchildren, and I came with some balloons to celebrate her birthday. That's all.
Her birthday is today, and she's in Gaza.
She's in Gaza, yes. That's all that we know. Maybe she was released today. I don't know, but what I heard, she's not.
And her parents?
They are not with us again.
They were murdered.
Murdered. Yes. And this little girl will come to new life.
Thank you very much, Hannah. You have a message of hope, maybe?
Of course, we hope that everyone will come back in good shape. And what the father of one girl that was kidnapped, I think he's Scottish, we say, I hope that she will come back and we can fix her. And we will be able to fix her. And that's I hope for all of them.
You see, Albert, I think that many Israelis feel that feeling, that sentiment, that they need to fix themselves after this tragedy. They need to fix also their society after this tragedy, so that it never happen again, at least in Israel. That's a small hope.
Pierre Clochemmer, thank you. For those of you just tuning in, I'm Nicole Zedek taking over for Albert Lewitton, who has been at this desk. We are taking a look at live footage as these 13 Israeli hostages are now crossing over into the Israeli side. They're back in Israel after 49 days held captive in Gaza. This is live images. These are the updates that we've continued to be monitoring for the past 3 hours, really since 4 p.m. when we first got the information that this deal was happening. Now we're getting the names of these 13 Israelis that have been released. We have Doron Katz Asher, 34 years old, along with her 2 children, Roz Asher, 4.5 years old, and Aviv Asher, only 2.5. Along with them, we have Danielle Aloni, 44, and her daughter, Amelia Aloni, 5 years old. Additionally, Adina Moshe, 72, Hannah Perry, 79 years old, who had originally been pronounced dead, but now is. No, excuse me, that's a different one. That's Hannah Kasser, 77 years old, who had originally been pronounced dead by the PIJ. However, we now know she is back safe in Israel. That's along with Marguerite Moses, 78 years old, Yafa Adar, 85 years old, Ohad Munder, 9 years old, along with Karen Munder, 54, his mother, and Rudy Munder, 78 years old. These are the faces and the names of the 13 Israeli hostages, the first of hopefully 50 to come in this 4-day ceasefire. Truly harrowing images and dramatic images as we continue to see. I want to bring in our guest. We're joined by Donan Ben-Yitzhak, former Shin Bet security agent. I'm curious because specifically when we take a look at these 13 names, not only these women, children, elderly women, specifically Hannah Katzer, and this raises some questions because the PIJ, the Palestinian Islamic Jihad, had originally said that she was killed. However, now we're seeing that she was released by Hamas.
We know that the terrorists, Islamic Jihad, Hamas, they're trying all the time to use psychological war against Israel. And this is part of it. This is part of it. We know all the time that some of the information coming out of Gaza is fake. We're very happy to know now that Hannah Katzer is alive and she's back in Israel. This is how they do it. They use the media, they use the Israeli society.
How does this also show, because we're getting these hostages released by Hamas, and they have claimed that Palestinian Islamic Jihad citizens, they are holding some of these other hostages. The fact that the PIJ knew the name of Hannah Katzer, was able to release that information, that shows clearly that the PIJ and Hamas are working together.
Yeah, and this is not new. Everything that happens inside the Gaza Strip is controlled by Hamas. The Islamic Jihad can't do anything without getting permission from the Islamic Jihad. I need to remind that once there were ISIS cells in Gaza, all of them were assassinated by Hamas because they didn't follow the Hamas orders. So whatever happens inside Gaza is controlled by Hamas.
And Hamas had also, when we're talking about the citizens, and even at the beginning of these negotiations and these deals, when they said 50 at least Israelis will be released within these 4 days, and for every other additional day of a pause in ceasefire, they may release 10 additional hostages. However, they said they can only release the hostages that they themselves had. They said it's going to be complicated to get hostages from the PIJ, from citizens. Clearly, that's not the case. If they want to get these hostages back, they can.
First of all, we don't know what happened with Hannah Katzer, so maybe all the time, and I think now that we know that all the hostages that were released today are hostages from Nir Oz, meaning, I guess that all of them were together and were held by Hamas. So, even if the Islamic Jihad says something, doesn't mean that Hannah Katzer was held by the Islamic Jihad. I don't know who are the hostages that are held by the Islamic Jihad or other, by the way, maybe by families in Gaza that came to the area and just took people like merchandise just to hold them and then, to bargain and bring them back in order to get land, money, or whatever. So this is the situation, but I must emphasize, if Hamas claims that they don't know something, it's a lie. They know.
Guy, as we now know, these 13 hostages, they were all kidnapped from Kibbutz Nir Oz, one of the communities absolutely devastated by this. How are these communities, these kibbutzim, how might they be feeling right now, seeing these images, these faces of their community members finally back home?
Look, obviously there's some relief for sure for the families and for the loved ones, for their friends who see those lucky ones who have survived. But we need to remember that communities like Nir Oz have been affected in such a drastic measure that more than a third of the community, more than a third of the kibbutz has been eliminated, either being slaughtered at the hands of Hamas and those other terror groups, and as Glenn alluded to, just regular Gazans who joined the party of Grab a Jew or Kill a Jew Day. That was October 7th. That was the bloodbath party of Hamas and its radical followers in Gaza. That entire community has been devastated. So a third of the kibbutz was either slaughtered, kidnapped, or is still missing. There's two people that their whereabouts is still unknown. And of course, we know that Hamas has given no information about the condition of the Israelis that have been taken into its hands. Again, alluding to what he said, the idea that Hamas does not have information is also doubtful when we see the immense control that Hamas really has on the strip, and when we see a ceasefire being still intact, it really shows you the control that Hamas has not just over the southern part of the Gaza Strip, but all over the strip now, because if a militant group wanted to fire rockets and they had the ability to do so, they would do so, unless Hamas would have allowed that. And it really goes back as well, a few weeks back, or a few months back, to the protests on the fence. For so long we've been hearing from the Palestinians and from world media, well, these are young Palestinians who are just protesting against the Israeli government, against Israel, about their conditions, about their way of living. There is nothing that happens in coincidence or by the free will of anyone in Gaza, and that has been proven over and over again. Hamas is in control. Hamas is in control of Gaza as a dictatorship. In a dictatorship, everything is being decided upon by Hamas. We spoke earlier about the humanitarian workers, for example, that work in Gaza. No one gets a position in Gaza without the authority of Hamas allowing that to happen. The same goes with journalists. There is no such thing as free press in Gaza. There are no independent journalists, so to say, in Gaza. Any journalist is a journalist that has been approved by Hamas. Anyone that doesn't think like Hamas, well, Glenn can tell you as well, has been thrown off the roofs when Hamas took over the Gaza Strip back in the mid-2000s.
And that's what makes it so difficult to exactly talk about what is happening, because when you're hearing these reports out of Gaza, you bring up a great point, that when you're hearing not only from the Gaza-run health ministry, but from these journalists as well, who also know that if they speak out of line, there's going to be some major consequences. Now, Brian, you talked about this kibbutz near Oz and the emotional trauma that they are facing, along with everyone in Israel right now, specifically watching and tuning into this significant day. You're still taking a look at those live images of these 13 Israeli hostages, the first ones to now cross into Israeli territory. I want to bring in Dr. Roni Berger, clinical psychologist for the Center for Compassionate and Mindful Education. Roni, thank you so much for being here. Let's talk first, because we now have a name and an age for these 13 hostages. The youngest one, 2.5 years old. Another one 4, another one 5, 9 years old. We're talking small children here. How can we even begin to discuss the emotional trauma that they are facing?
Well, obviously, it depends on what happened before. Obviously, they were taken in a certain context, and the context was probably that they have been hearing a lot of shooting. Maybe they have seen some bodies around them, many bodies around in near Oz where they were taken. Maybe they've lost a member of the family. So that is the preceding situation where they were taken. Then we've seen some of the photograph of the mother taking, the red-haired mother taking the 2 kids, and you can see in her face the horror. Even a kid that is 2 years or 3 years can sense the horror of the mother. Mother should be a safe base. And when the mother feels that way, obviously it impacts the kids. Now, they've been there almost 2 months. In that period of time, they need to establish all the developmental steps that kids that age need to do. They need to feel independent, they need to feel connected, and all that was sort of halted by the situation. So I'm really concerned about what happened. I'm not suggesting that that will be an indelible wound. They probably will overcome that if they get the right attitude and treatment, but it will take time, naturally.
Well, there's no precedent for something like this either. Handling kids, young kids who have been held captive in underground tunnels. We know some of the initial reports that they were immediately treated for eye tests because they had been held underground likely for so long. long. It's hard to be acclimated to the sunlight after 49 days. So how, even as a psychologist, do you begin to deal with something like this when there's no rule book?
Well, it's true, though. There are some situations where on violence or sexual abuse, people were kidnapped. We know that around the world. But nevertheless, you're right. I mean, there are certain contexts here that is different than every other situation that we know. It has to be treated very gently. First of all, we need to introduce them to life very, very slowly because they were deprived of all the normal thing that a kid that age has, toys, and even the sort of social context where they're at. There's a mother, we don't know if they stay with other kids or with other parents for that matter. And so what we need to do is sort of introduce them to the loved one very, very gently and slowly, and then bring things that they are familiar with, and slowly get them back to life. The other thing that I'm concerned about is the mother. Think about it yourself. If you're a kid and you're very worried about what happened, if you're going to be surviving it, if they're going to release you, you have to stop your feeling. We call it in psychology dissociation. So many of the mothers really just act like robots, didn't really feel anything. And now they have to come back with all the emotion and feeling back. That is an overwhelming situation. And we need to slowly get them back to be alive in a sense, in a full sense of emotional being. So this is going to be a process that is going to take a long time.
What does that process entail for some of these families right now? How can they begin to do this smoothly?
Well, they need to connect with others that they love and are, will be the support system. But we also attach to each individual there, each family that is, a social worker that will take care of all the needs very gently and slowly, protect them from others. And then the psychologists will very gently and slowly come and start to talk and befriend them. See, the thing that happened to these folks is that the reality of evil sort of seeped into their consciousness. And it's very hard to trust people. And you need to build the connection very slowly. So they assign a person to them, will follow them for a while, probably not only months, maybe years, until they get back to their contact. And I'm also optimistic because kids are very resilient. If they get the right context and if they are, being supported by the society who gets them to sort of reintegrate back slowly, I believe that they can overcome that and be okay with time.
Kids may be resilient,
Although
but
I know
we know
people
for
cannot
these
imagine that, but I think it's
mothers,
possible. Sorry.
no, you mentioned the kids, they're resilient, their brains are still forming. However, for many of these mothers, these elderly women who've now returned as well, they're a little bit more set in stone. It can be much more difficult to get past a situation like this as well. I'm curious also just how the psychological warfare plays into it all. As we mentioned, one of the released hostages, her family originally thought she had been killed. The Palestinian Islamic Jihad had claimed this, and this is what we continue to see by Hamas, the PIJ, other terror groups coming out of Gaza, playing with this psychological warfare. And during these tense moments right now, even for the next 4 days, where these family members are wondering if their loved ones will be the next to come back here in Israeli territory, how can we begin to unpack and deal with what's happening right now?
You're absolutely right. It's difficult. Not only they are released from the place that they had been, now they have to deal with the fact that some of the friends and family member may be there and maybe die. So they have to not only get back to life, now they have to mourn and they have to anticipate the return of the others. This is a very, very difficult situation. And you're right, we don't know that because it's never happened like that. Even Boko Haram, when the girl were kidnapped, was not the same situation. And I think we learn step by step, and we will really support them, and we really introduce them the idea of what has happened, because we don't know that they know what happened. Maybe they've seen some bodies. Maybe they know about some people that are not around. So it has to be introduced very, very slowly. I repeat the slowness as I think that they can be overwhelmed if you give them all the information. So I think that, people will follow them, people will be with them, and slowly introduce to them what happened, and hopefully they'll be able to, A, return to life, second, mourn, only their, member of their community, but also their houses. I mean, there is a discontinuity. This disaster made them lose a lot of things. And when you lose a lot of things, you need to really slowly build up and have a new life. They are going to be probably maybe in a family house or maybe a hotel or stuff of that nature. Their house is not the same. And just think about it. Everything has changed from the beginning. And it will be a hard time for them to accept it. But it will take time, and hopefully they'll see the future. We have to give them hope, and we have to tell them we're going to rebuild their community and their houses, and hopefully return their loved ones, not the ones that are dead, unfortunately, that they have to sort of live with. But life will continue. Life is pretty strong for people, so I'm optimistic nevertheless.
That hope is certainly something we all need to hang on to right now. Dr. Ronnie Berger, thank you. I want to remind all of our viewers tuning in right now, you're taking a look at some of those live images of the 13 Israeli hostages who are back in Israeli territory for the first time in 49 days. We have the names, we have the ages, ranges everywhere from 2 years old to 80 years old. This is a look. Take a look at them again. We have 78 years old, 54, 9, an entire family, the Munder family, right there, along with Amelia Aloni, 5 years old, and her mother, Daniel Aloni. We have the Katz family, 2 years old, Aviv, 4-year-old, Ross, and her mother, Jerome Katz, 34 years old, along with 72-year-old Adina Moshe, 78-year-old Margalit Moses, 85-year-old Yafa Adar, 79-year-old Hannah Perry, and 77-year-old Hannah Katzir, who originally was believed dead, as that's what the PIJ had claimed. These are the 13 Israelis that we know are back safe, are back in Israeli territory, transporting right now to different Israeli hospitals where they will continue to receive medical treatment and, for the first time in 49 days, also be reunited with their families. I want to come back to Guy Azrael just to talk about the latest that we're seeing on the ground and what we're hearing from some of these people.
Well, certainly some reactions finally from the political system. First from Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says we have just completed the return of the first of our hostages, children, their mothers, and additional women. Each is a whole world, but I stress to you, the families, and to you, the people of Israel, we are committed to returning all of our hostages. This is one of the goals of the war, and we are committed to achieving all of the goals of the war. Also hearing from the head of the opposition, Yair Lapid, saying we will not rest until all the hostages are being returned. Also from President Isaac Herzog, saying in the name of the entire people of Israel, I thank those who do the sacred job of returning our sons and daughters back home. Our job is not done until all of them return home to Israel. I embrace them.
Going in then in second, when we continue to hear from our Israeli ministers and prime ministers stating that the number one goal is to continue to return all of the hostages, what type of intelligence are we expected to hear? I know it's some young children, but also their mothers, elderly women. We're expected to hopefully learn something.
Yes, we're expecting to, first of all, to know what happened inside and who are the people that are inside. I need to say, tomorrow we're supposed to see the release of another group of hostages. This will be very important to understand who are the people that are still there, who's alive, maybe some people that are not alive. So even to facilitate the deal, the future of the deal, it's very important to understand what's going on. And of course, any information that they can give and can help us understand, maybe get some intelligence, who are the people that were holding them, what happened. It's so important for many reasons. The legal reason, the intelligence reason, the next step in the deal reason, and so on. And I want to add another thing that is very important. We see the release of 13 Israelis that were kidnapped, but we also see the release of 11 people for the release of those people.
And let's talk about the significance of their release as well, because this has nothing to do with the deal that is happening right now, where 50 Israeli hostages are set to be released in the next 4 days. But is this a sign that Hamas will be releasing more foreign nationals in different deals with other partners?
First of all, the deal regarding the Thai and the Filipino nationals is completely separate from that Israel had with Hamas, coordinated with the Qataris and the Americans. That was negotiated thanks to the ties of Thailand to Iran. That was facilitated separately, and it just so happens that they were released on the same day, but that was not part of that deal. I do want to stress one point when you speak about intelligence and the identity of those who were released today. 12 of those 13 released today are all from Near Oz. It goes back to the previous point of the entire community that has been devastated. So there are just 12 of 77 hostages. The rest are still in the area there in Gaza. But the decision to release just those 12, who we can believe were held together, also shows that Hamas does not want to reveal a lot of information about other hostages. If they were held together, then the knowledge, the information, the intelligence that they can provide Israel is very limited, because they were presumably held in one point or transferred to another point, but you cannot cross that with other information from other groups of hostages. As we know, they were taken by Hamas, Palestinian Islamic Jihad, and by other people in Gaza, all over the Gaza Strip on that first day. It's quite clear that even Hamas did not expect this amount of hostages on that first day. This was beyond their wildest dreams. At a certain point, over 260, the numbers kept changing, but such a large number of hostages. Obviously, if you had information from hostages that were taken in separate areas, perhaps you could cross that information. That would have been very helpful for the IDF, for the Shin Bet, for anyone who is trying to figure out where exactly are the remaining Israeli hostages at this point. It does seem that all or most of them are now in the southern part of the Gaza Strip. As we saw, Israel has found evidence that Israeli hostages were held underground, under some of the hospitals in the northern part of the Gaza Strip, and then were rushed out of there as the IDF continued to advance southbound and had enough time to take them. Unfortunately, they may give only limited information about what they've been through, and it will be very difficult to get information about others and where could they be.
Meanwhile, those 13 hostages that were kidnapped from Near Oz are currently in transport right now in Israeli territory, likely making their way to Hetzorim Air Base, and that's where our correspondent Zach Anders is standing by right now. Zach, what can you tell us about the latest that you're hearing right there?
Well, here on the ground, we're hearing that those hostages are still en route, and we ought to start calling them something else at this point. They're freed Israelis, as they are on their way to the airbase here, where they're going to receive a few things, a new set of clothes. They'll get the chance for a shower. Some of the children are going to be provided kind of like a sensory room where they'll be able to play with toys, just decompress, really. They're going to be evaluated by psychologists who apparently are going to be the ones that determine the next steps and determine when they'll be ready or apt to move. Now, this next move is going to take place by a helicopter, and there's been some conversation between the Israeli officials about how to address this big change. They've spent 49 days inside captivity. They've spent that 49 days, for the most part, to our knowledge, completely underground. They've been given an eye test already. They've at the border checkpoint and some preliminary care, but that's going to extend here. They're going to get more thorough and in-depth care, but this is really happening in stages, because after this airbase, they'll then be flown to hospitals around Israel, and it's this helicopter flight that is one of the points of interest for the Israeli officials trying to determine how to address this. They considered potentially using vehicles and buses to continue that next part of the journey to hospitals, but they decided on the helicopters, and they've chosen for the children how to address that by giving them special earmuffs that are going to protect their hearing, make the journey not so loud for them. But they do want to transport them rather quickly to hospitals closer to Tel Aviv. So that will be one of the next steps that we're waiting for. We're hearing that they're on the road now. They are apparently within a half hour away from arriving here. They will tell us, the IDF says they'll tell us when they are on base, and then they'll let us know when they're loading into those helicopters within a few hours, and then we should be able to bring those images to you.
Zach Anders, thank you. We'll be coming to you later in the show as well. Meanwhile, we're getting new footage out of Ofer prison of Hamas flags outside Ofer prison. Hamas flags waving outside Ofer prison as they're waiting for the release of 39 Palestinian prisoners that were expected. This is East Jerusalem right now. Take a look at some of these images. Those are the Hamas flags I was talking about. You can see different acts of these Palestinians out there in East Jerusalem right now as they're waiting, as I said, 39 Palestinian prisoners that have been convicted of terror acts. Some of them also, of the 150 that are set to be released, even convicted of attempting murder. So these are convicted terrorists for the most part that are now being released. Granted, when we're taking a look at this, the 39 that are expected to be released, this is a pretty heavy price, and many Israelis are concerned about what exactly happens. I'm curious, just from the Shin Bet perspective, what happens once these prisoners are released home? They do go back to the West Bank. What's the monitoring situation? What's the protocol?
Some of them go back to the West Bank. Some of them are from East Jerusalem. Some of them hold blue ID, Israeli ID, and they go back to East Jerusalem. The Shin Bet is monitoring them, but we need to say that, it's hard to say, but during the Gilad Shalit deal, Yoram Cohen, that was the chief Shin Bet, said that Israel will know how to deal with the people that will be released after the deal. One of the people that were released during the Gilad Shalit deal is Yahya Sinwar himself, and others, murderers. By the way, murderers and terrorists that are much more dangerous than those that are going to be released today. We failed. The Shin Bet failed to bring the intelligence about them because we saw what happened on October 7th. So I can definitely understand the concern of people. Certainly, I heard the guy that was stabbed or attacked by one of those terrorists, and he's actually afraid. He says, this guy goes back to the street and he can see me again in Jerusalem. He can attack me again. I understand the concern, but to see the pictures and to understand that we brought back 13 people from hell. This is, something that we need to do. I think it's important for the state of Israel to say we do everything to bring those people that were taken to Gaza, and the price is very high. And also, their understanding that the only way to release prisoners is by kidnapping Israelis.
Meanwhile, when we're looking at some of these Palestinians who are waiting for these prisoners to release, it's not just the Palestinian flag they're waving, it's the Hamas flag, which shows that exactly they and Fatah. We're seeing these terror flags being waved through the air, showing that they at least stand with Hamas terrorists, and let alone we're hearing reports also that many of them agree with the October 7th attacks.
In fact, Yahya Sinwar will be very popular on the Palestinian street because he made something and brought Israel to release prisoners. And sometimes we underestimate as Israelis the issue of prisoners in the Palestinian society. This is a core issue within the Palestinian society. It's very important, and Yahya Sinwar gets now lots of credit in the Palestinian street. But in the end, I hope that he will not survive what happened.
But it seems like his message certainly is surviving.
The message is surviving, unfortunately.
Meanwhile, as we're talking about a ceasefire, exactly what we're seeing operationally in the Gaza Strip right now, what type of intelligence are we expected to gain, at least for the next 4 days? How is the Shin Bet continuing their operations?
Yeah, it's very risky when you have a ceasefire from one hand, but from the other hand, it also helps. I remember during the Second Intifada, during the fights in Ramallah, it was very hard to get human intelligence because it was hard for our sources to go out to understand what's going on. So the ceasefire is dangerous because the army basically stays in the same place. Hamas can also gather intelligence and understand where are the soldiers and so on. But for Israel, we can also gather some intelligence. And I think that we have many means to gather the intelligence, although they insisted 6 hours a day, no-fly zone over Gaza, and they know why, because this is very important for the Israeli intelligence. But I believe that once Chief of Staff, Head of Fashion Gate said that we will have the ways to gather this intelligence, it will be okay.
However, also not only intelligence, but we also have some operational difficulties that the IDF might be facing when they do resume fighting, because we've seen throughout the day many Palestinians, many Gazans were turning north, despite what the IDF has said. And however, we're hearing reports that Hamas is telling them go up north, and it's going to make it more difficult when the fighting does resume.
Not surprising, and going back to our previous point, nothing happens coincidentally in Gaza. It all is directed by Hamas. Hamas will be looking for ways to claim that Israel violated the ceasefire, for example, by sending those Gazan civilians, allegedly, to cross the areas where they're not allowed to be in, to be shot by IDF troops, because these are the rules that they must abide to. And then Hamas was very happily showing those images of Gazans that are being shot during a pause in the fighting, allegedly. Another point that we need to mention this evening is that we're almost at 8 p.m. right now. Israel has yet to receive the next release tomorrow, the next batch. As we understand, that list should have been in the hands of Israeli officials by 4 o'clock from the Qataris, and that list is not there yet. Just again, another proof of how Hamas is really using whatever tool it can to play with Israel, to play with these Israeli families. And we know that the remaining families are waiting for their loved ones, are anxiously waiting for news about their loved ones. We're still speaking about so many children that are being held there by Hamas. The families want some information about them, obviously praying every day, every night for their release, awaiting the information about who are the rest that will be released tomorrow, who's going to be part of the next batch.
So what happens if we don't get this list? We've already seen the ceasefire was already delayed one day because of...
Obviously that will be, well, if it will not be released, if we will not get it, and obviously there are so many procedures that need to be done, obviously that will be a violation of the agreement. Whether they will be released without providing the list in advance, so obviously that's a violation, because Israel has to go through the list, has to approve it to a certain degree to ensure that these are Israeli hostages, to confirm their identity before, of course, before they're even seeing them, but just to confirm those names. If that list is not being provided, obviously that slows down the entire process. We saw very well today already how long it does take from 4 p.m. That was the time that were expected to be released until they were eventually in Israeli territory, and we're still expecting them to arrive at the Israeli hospitals to meet their families for the first time. This is taking a very long time, and Hamas is obviously very cynically using that situation, attempting every effort that it can use to cause more suffering to those Israeli families.
Warfare continues. I'm curious, when we're speaking about this ceasefire, the 4 days, and hopefully we do get this list and we do see more Israelis released in the coming days. However, when it does end, when this ceasefire ends, how do we resume fighting? And there's almost the term, who shoots first? Who instigates this?
We saw that even when the ceasefire started, a few minutes later they started to launch a few rockets. This is how Hamas is playing the game, and I'm sure that when the ceasefire will end, they will find a way to get back and show that they are there, and they take the initiative, and they will launch missiles, and Israel maybe we'll answer and bomb some areas, and we'll be back in the war like we were just a few hours ago.
And what did we, I mean, we already did see, as you said, within the first 15 minutes, they violated the ceasefire. However, no real repercussions. So if in the next coming days someone does violate the ceasefire, what type of a repercussion are we going to see? Obviously, a return of fire, but what about from the international perspective?
You know, from an international perspective, I don't see how it's going to affect. And you know, Yahya Sinwar is dependent on Qatar, so he's not going to do something to humiliate Qatar, you know, in a very harsh way. What they did a few minutes when the ceasefire started and launching missiles, this is the way they show, you know, that they control the show, and they do whatever they want. I think that there is pressure, international pressure on Israel. We saw today the Prime Minister of Spain and Belgium in the area of southern Gaza coming to say, you know, stop the war. They want to actually to say that this ceasefire needs to end the war in Gaza. I think, you know, they help Hamas because Hamas understands that next steps will be the southern part of the Gaza Strip. This is right now where some of the leaders are located. They want to stop the war, and Israel will need to deal with the ongoing international pressure to stop the war after the ceasefire.
Well, we are hearing from Hamas leader Khaled Mashal. He's saying after 49 days of terrorist Zionist aggression, of course, he's warning the resistance is fine, despite the martyrs among the fighters and some leaders. But our tunnels, ammunition, and weapons are still intact, and we're still able to maneuver, launch missiles, and target invading tanks. I will remind our viewers, we're talking about, I think the latest figure is over 14,000 people that are killed in Gaza. Of course, the Palestinian Health Ministry controlled by Hamas does not detail how many of them are Hamas terrorists. We can assume a large quantity of them, if not the absolute majority. That goes back to the arrogance of Hamas and to the fact that the amount of devastation that Hamas has brought upon the people of Gaza is so immense. And Hamas knew this very well. Hamas has sacrificed not just the lives of those innocent Israelis in that onslaught, but the brutal massacre, that immense brutality that we saw there, but also cynically used that opportunity to also devastate the life of Gazans, because what really did they expect other than Israel retaliating to this degree? I don't think that they really believed that Israel will be able to enter Gaza the way that it did, despite the so many years of Hamas entrenching itself in the Gaza Strip with so much ammunition and help that it received from Iran. But to that degree that we're seeing Gaza being devastated, this is an unfortunate result of what Hamas did. The idea that, the result is that Israel will have to eliminate Hamas, and Hamas brought it upon itself, but on the people of Gaza, really cynically using them for their vicious purposes.
So they might not believe that Israel will have the capabilities of doing what they did, or the guts.
I don't think that they believe that Israel can actually work, operate in such an intense manner without causing even more civilian casualties, because I think they have the misconception that the IDF will not enter all the very narrow streets, say, of Gaza City or Jabalia, as it does, hoping to inflict perhaps even more civilian casualties. But Hamas is very happy to see that. Obviously, Hamas is doing everything in its power to hurt the people of Gaza. This should be very clear, and nobody cares less about the people of Gaza more than Hamas. Obviously, cynically using them as human shields and enjoying the fact that so many Gazans are being killed. Unfortunately, is part of the IDF.
We're going to continue to break all of this down. Guy Azriel, Gona, and Ben Itzhak. We're going out for a quick break here, but we'll continue to break down the latest as 13 Israeli hostages are brought back to Israeli territory. Stay with us here on I-24 News. Israel is in a state of war. Families completely gunned down in their beds. We have no idea where she is. Our soldiers are fighting on the front line, but the general perception is something that certainly needs to be fought as well. Welcome back to this breaking edition of I-24 News as 13 Israeli hostages are now back in Israeli territory. Now, along with those 13 Israeli hostages, we also know 11 foreign nationals, 10 Thai and 1 Filipino are all back here in Israeli territory, making their way towards Hatzarim Air Base in southern Israel. Now, this is a look at the names and ages of the first 13 Israelis to return home back in Israel after 49 days. We have Ruth Munder, 78 years old, Karen Munder, 54, and her son Ohad, 9 years old. Now, in addition, we have the Aloni family, Daniel, 48, and her daughter Amelia, 5 years old. We have the Katz family, Daron Katz, 34, and her 2 daughters. Ross Katz is only 4, and Aviv Katz, 2 years old, the youngest of these hostages to return home. Additionally, we have some elderly women. We have Adina Moshe, 72, Margalit Moses, 78, Yafa Adir, 85, Hannah Perry, 79, and Hannah Katzir, 77 years old. Hannah Katzir was originally claimed to be killed by the Palestinian Islamic Jihad, but we do know she is now safe. One of the 13 hostages, all of these people were kidnapped from Kibbutz Nir Oz. You're taking a look at some of these pictures of them as they were coming back to Israeli territory. These are the faces. You can see some of those Thai nationals as well in the back there that I mentioned previously. Now, as this major This is Daniel Aloni and her daughter Amelia right there. You can see them on the screen. This is the first sign of life. Karen Munda and her son. We have the first sign of life of these hostages after 49 days. It's truly been an emotional and a very dramatic day, as well as we're taking a look at these images, and they are en route right now to go to the hospital and also meet with their families, which they have not done for nearly 7 weeks now. Now, we heard from just recently, not long ago, from Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu about their release and then returning home. Truly a significant day. Let's take a listen to what the Prime Minister had to say.
We have now completed the return of the first of our abductees, children, their mothers, and other women. Each and every one of them is a whole world. But I emphasize to you, the families, and to you, citizens of Israel, we are committed to return all of our abductees. This is one of the goals of the war, and we are committed to achieving all of the goals of the war.
Now we're continuing to get more information about their whereabouts and exactly what this means. I want to bring in my studio guests. I'm joined by Reserve Brigadier General Relic Shafir, as well as our I-24 News senior editor Guy Azriel. Relic, as we're seeing these 13 Israelis, along with the 11 foreign nationals as well. This is very significant. We're expected to hopefully learn some more information and some more just operational information as well about where they have been held captive for the past 49 days.
It is quite probable that they won't be able to know where they were. They have probably been taken out of the wherever they were, blindfolded, or even if they were not blindfolded, it is likely that they wouldn't know where they were anyway. So as far as that's concerned, we probably won't get much information. But the treatment itself, how they were treated, and what happened to them, if there were questions on what happened to them along those 49 days, may show what the general arrangement, so to speak, of the other hostages and what their conditions are, except for what we saw at the El Shifa hospital at the time through the video shots. So a lot of information. Not sure that operationally it will bring much usable information to the IDF.
Well, operationally, as this is all happening for the next 4 days, we've already been in the first day of a ceasefire. This is day 1 of 4, where we're expecting to receive 50 hostages total, Israeli hostages. These 11 other foreign nationals were just in addition to that. But operationally right now, the IDF is abiding by a ceasefire. And as we're seeing this ceasefire, we're seeing not only them not using surveillance drones and not getting a read on what's happening in Gaza, but we're also seeing Gazan citizens return to the north, return to some of these areas that the IDF for the past 7 weeks now has been trying to clear out. So how does that pose an operational disadvantage to what's going to happen in 4 days from now?
It is somewhat a disadvantage because these are people, once they cross into their own homes or whatever they try to scavenge, they are citizens or people who put themselves in harm's way in that they might intermix with Hamas terrorists, or they might even help Hamas terrorists come out of the piers that they were in and climb out, escape, or create connection with their commanders. This will allow Hamas to actually understand what had happened in the northern side of Gaza, which they may have lost control of what's happening. So it will allow them to understand where they are, which is not only bad. It also may show them the aggravated situation they're in, and they're going to be, once this humanitarian relief or ceasefire, whatever you call it, is over with. So it might lead Hamas to offer some more hostages for some more days of ceasefire. So we'll have to see how this plays out in the next few days.
Meanwhile, these freed hostages now are making their way, we believe, to Hatzarim Air Base before being dispersed to different hospitals around the country. country. And at that Hatzarim base, that's where we find our I-24 news correspondent, Zach Anders, with the latest update as to exactly what's happening on the ground. Zach?
And we're told right now that they are still on their way to the base here with that exact caravan, where it is exactly being held in somewhat of a secret state, because they want to make sure that this last leg of the journey before they're going to be loaded onto the helicopters is safe. But what we do know is that they are on Israeli soil. They are inside buses right now with several other groups of both IDF staff for security, but as well as doctors and some other trained professionals that are taking this journey with them. We are told we should be able to hear when they arrive, and then they're going to stay at this base for another few hours while they receive a more in-depth evaluation and get the chance to take a shower, change of clothes, potentially meet with some of their families, we're told, that could be here at the base. And it has been interesting to see some of the more pictures and some of the media release come out. It does appear that when they were on the Egyptian side, that they were paired together, all the hostages were paired together into one bus. So it looked as though all the Thai hostages were in some seats in the back, and some of the hostages from their Oz were sitting up front, but they were all together. And that maybe potentially speaks to some of the transit situations as they had to be moved from place to place. Obviously, on the Rafah crossing, the Egyptian side, there is a large swell of people and media and trucks that are staged for the supplies and what have you. So that did seem like a little bit of a navigation hurdle to move through the Egyptian side, but they are in Israeli soil now, and that's what we're hearing is potentially just minutes away from arriving here at the air base.
Zach Anders will be coming to you later. Thank you for that update. Now, this is just the first of hopefully 50 hostages that are supposed to be coming to Israeli territory within the next 4 days, potentially. But Guy Azrael, as we continue to know that they're supposed to be receiving a list of these different hostages the day before the Israeli government. However, they have not received that list yet, correct?
Just to remind our viewers, we're talking about a deal under which Hamas will release 50 Israeli hostages over the course of 4 days of this pause in the fighting, and we saw the first 13 eventually being released today. More are going to be released in the next 3 days. Now, Israel is still expecting that list of those Israelis who will be released tomorrow. We are hearing some reports that that list would include between 10 and 13 Israelis. Obviously, the families are anxiously waiting for that news, for any sign of life, the fact the news that their loved ones will be released. What is crucial here, and that was what we saw today, was that Israel, once it gets this list, will inform the families, but will do that very discreetly to keep that away from the media, from the public, will not release the names as we saw today until that moment when they are finally on Israeli soil, both wanting to ensure that Israel does get whoever is promised and also ensure their well-being. That is being kept confidential. Even if the media knows those names, we will not release them until we know that they are safely in the hands of Israel, until their families know that they are here. That was something that was stressed over and over again by IDF spokesman Daniel Hagari, that any new information about the Israeli hostages, about their well-being, will first be delivered to the families and only then to the public. And that is why, like we saw today, information flows in slowly as the families confirm, are being updated that their loved ones are now in Israel, that they're safe, then that information is being released. And nonetheless, that information has yet to be received. That next list, next batch of Israeli hostages, Israel did not receive that, and that is, of course, crucial for the very long process. Israel needs to approve
that list needs to validate that list that these are Israelis being held by Hamas, and to announce the information to families, etc.
Expecting some hiccups like this. We have to remember, Israel is dealing with a terrorist organization. So when you're talking about these hostage negotiations, we have one country dealing with a terrorist group. So it's likely that hiccups are going to arise.
Exactly. This is a democracy versus a murderous terror group that uses any opportunity to use psychological warfare against the families, against the people of Israel. We mentioned just earlier the case of Hana Katsir, that Israeli hostage that was seen in one of the Hamas videos a few weeks ago, and then later was pronounced dead by the Palestinian Islamic Jihad. A very cruel statement by this other terror group, and then today she is being released alive. Just comes to show again the cynical use of these terror groups. Here we can see her on our screens now. Hana Katsir being reunited with her family after receiving the devastating news from these terror groups that she was killed, murdered, slaughtered, whatever that was, having to deal with that roller coaster of emotions. Of course, we didn't publish the news of Palestinian Islamic Jihad when they announced it, because this is part of their psychological warfare. Nonetheless, this is what they try to do, to cause as much suffering to the Israeli public and to this specific family, to this poor family. In that case, eventually, it is a happy ending. Very luckily, she will be reunited with her family later this season.
And this is all as those hostages are, or freed hostages, are now on their way to Hasarim Air Base. I'm curious, like, what exactly can we expect when they do arrive to the air base? When we know they're going to continue to speak with different IDF officials, different Israeli officials, but then also continue to receive medical treatment, some of it much needed medical treatment, likely.
Well, we don't really know, because what we saw is that people are walking. They weren't wheelchaired or anything like that. So this is encouraging. They'll probably be debriefed very shortly and then flown to hospitals, either to the Snyder Hospital, the families with the kids, and the other people probably to Soroka, to Beersheba. I don't think they will provide much information, but from their the health point of view, I think we can be encouraged that once they're in captivity, the captives have an incentive to show that they're treating the hostages well.
However, is there also a reason or a likelihood that they released these specific hostages on purpose? That they have been treating these ones well, and yet the other more than 200 that remain captive have not been treated as well?
Well, we don't really know, but they do have an interest, I think, and we've also seen this before, to show to the international world, to the Arab world, that they are humane, and they'll do their utmost once they're in captivity to provide proof for that. So while we try to paint them as dark as we can, remember that this is a game of putting pressure or showing off to the world, to the media, to the Arab world, who they are, and so on. And Yahya Sinwar, in that regard, is a pretty smart guy, as we've seen so far. So they're not going to do, I think, anything that will harm their public image, except for what had happened on the October 7th that we all know of. And they'll want to recoup on that as much as they can. So while we are very centered on what we feel and our point of view, the world is seeing something else, and we should be aware of this and be able to interact with how the world sees it.
So how is that going to complicate efforts when we are in a ceasefire right now, and the world is seeing the narrative that, look, now these innocent Gazans are not being killed by Israeli airstrikes anymore, a media narrative that we continue to see. So when we do continue to pick up the fighting, it's going to be interesting. We're going to keep talking about this, but first we want to continue to talk about exactly what's happening with the hostages before we continue to talk about the day after this ceasefire. We have our Pierre Clochiller, who's actually been at what's now been known as Hostage Square in Tel Aviv, speaking to some of the community members here in Tel Aviv. Pierre, what's it like out there?
It's very sad because it conjures up the October 7 massacre. And although there is a little bit of relief for those who were released, liberated from the Hamas jails, it's not enough, obviously, and there's always this feeling, but why only 4 kids? You hear that amongst the people here. Why only 4 children? Now, you have this man who's holding this poster probably for the past almost 50 days. Elkanah Buchbut, 34, sorry. And he usually wears that. And you have this man also, Avere Mengistu, 9 years in jail, in Hamas jail in Gaza. And these 2 men are wearing that, almost like flak jackets, but it's a reverse flak jacket because they hope to protect their sons. They hope to protect them. It's not that they're protecting these people, it's the opposite, it's the other way around. Elkanah was kidnapped when he was the barman of the Nova Festival in which 360 people were killed. And here you have a mute piano. And that piano belongs to Aaron Oel, 22, also kidnapped. And his mother insisted of having the piano here to play until the last note, until he is liberated. But unfortunately, not everybody knows to play piano. So we have people playing piano, but right now nobody is here playing it, and the piano is mute. And this man is standing next to the piano like a watchman, watching over his son. And these are the scenes that you see all the time here. So maybe some sort of relief for those who were liberated from the jails in Gaza, from the tunnels. But there is such a sense of sadness. It conjures up all the trauma of this society, which is weaved so tightly that there is no one in Israel that doesn't know somebody who was either murdered or kidnapped, or knows somebody who was murdered or kidnapped. And as a result, it's a national trauma, and it's very difficult not to be attracted by this sadness, because you seek some comfort. You seek comfort in order to maybe express your pain, not to seclude yourself, not to seclude your pain the way the hostages are being secluded. And that's very important for people to be able to express their anxiety and their fears. I've heard one woman telling me, what will happen to my kids in 20 years from now? It's an existential battle that Israel is fighting, and the people here are very aware of that, because
the national trauma is truly something that is difficult to get past, and those images that you're sharing with us, Pierre, are truly heartbreaking, even though there is a glimmer of hope right now. Pierre Clochiller, thank you for that update from Tel Aviv. Now, meanwhile, as we're taking a look at this somber, almost a memorial for the hostages, we're seeing other side, on the other spectrum, Palestinians almost celebrating outside of Palestinian prisons, specifically the Ofer prison. They're sending fireworks, they're waving the Palestinian flag, but not just the Palestinian flag, they're also waving the Hamas flag, the Fatah flag, flags of terror groups. So these are the two contrasting images that we're seeing throughout Israel right at this moment, as 13 Israelis who were kidnapped straight out of their beds, innocent citizens, are now finally being returned home. You feel the heartbreak by many Israelis. Meanwhile, as 39 Palestinian prisoners convicted of different terror acts, some of them even convicted of attempting murder, are now being exchanged. 3 Palestinian prisoners for every 1 Israeli. These are the scenes that you're seeing in some of these streets in different West Bank communities in East Jerusalem. That's what we're taking a look at right now. Well, Shafir, as we're taking a look at this, it goes to show just exactly what Israel is paying for these hostages. 39 prisoners, and violent prisoners, might I add, that were committing different terror acts for the majority of the time. What happens next? This is a big price to pay. However, Israel was more than willing to pay for it. But with these Palestinian prisoners, it does pose a security threat, and we're seeing it's celebrated through many of the streets.
This is expected, and the price is not that great because these prisoners were not convicted of murder. And we look down the road, once soldiers...
I'm going to get back to you. We're going to the IDF spokesperson, Daniel Hagari. Let's take a listen.
קרן, אוהד, עדינה, חנה, מרגלית, יפה וחנה שבו הערב.
Have returned home this evening. With them returned also 11 foreign nationals. They all underwent initial medical examination at the Kerem Shalom crossing, and they are not under life danger. In a short while, they will arrive at Hasarim base, where they will be in touch with their families to complete medical examinations, and from there will be transferred by helicopters to the hospitals to meet their families. Also, the foreign nationals will meet the representatives of their states and be transferred to hospitals. For each of the people returning home today is a whole world. Their return is our moral duty. All of the IDF commanders and fighters have operated for long weeks together with the security establishment for their return home. We must not forget this evening that each of those returning home still have a family member or a relative that was slaughtered or is held captive in Gaza. This is great sadness. Together with joy and excitement, the footage of those hostages returning to Israel is a great sense of relief. At the same time, our hearts are with the hostages that are still being held in Gaza. We embrace the families of the hostages, and they are always in our eyes. We have the moral duty to return them all home. This is only the beginning of the process. We are ready for the next return of hostages. These are complicated days. Nothing is sealed until it's done. We must be prepared for that. We do not forget for one moment that Hamas is a cruel enemy and merciless. We, more than ever before, we must not spread unverified information. The dear Hana Kathir, who returned home today after the terror groups claim that they have killed her a few days ago. Therefore, we must rely on information given by official sources only. In Gaza, in the morning hours, IDF forces were set in the cause lines. The safety of our fighters is our top priority. This will be
fighters is above all. The IDF prepared its readiness for the next stages. IDF troops are ready in all arenas. Our policy is clear. We will operate against any threat on the state of Israel. Even during the pause, we must stay vigilant and ensure in the home front, on the guidance. These are life-saving guidance. We've given notices to the families of 392 IDF fallen soldiers. We remember the heroes of that Saturday. Thanks to what they did, and we will win. We embrace the families' questions.
We were just hearing from the IDF spokesperson Daniel Hagari talking about this significant day as not only 13 Israeli hostages return home back to Israel, but also 11 foreign nationals as well. He mentioned just the continued efforts of the IDF as they continue to go through, receive more hostages. But as we know with this deal, we'll hopefully be receiving at least 50 Israeli hostages within the next coming days. Unfortunately, we're going to continue to break down everything that he continues to say because these are ever-changing days, and we know that these 13 or 24 hostages are on their way right now to continue to receive medical care, continue to meet with IDF forces, and hopefully for the first time in 49 days, finally see their family members. It's been a very emotional day as we continue to see these live images and these images of these different family members coming. I want to thank not only Guy Aziel, but also Relek Shafir for your insight as we continue to see exactly what's happening and get more information about the latest developments. Day 49, and finally seeing a glimpse of life for some of these hostages able to return back to Israel. We're going out for a break here on I-24 News, but stay with us. Welcome back to this breaking edition of I-24 News as 13 Israeli hostages are now back in Israeli territory. Now, along with those 13 Israeli hostages, we also know 11 foreign nationals, 10 Thais, and 1 Filipino are all back here in Israeli territory, making their way towards Hatzarim Air Base in southern Israel. Now, this is a look at the names and ages of the first 13 Israelis to return home back in Israel after 49 days. We have Ruth Munder, 78 years old, Karen Munder, 54, and her son, Ohad, 9 years old. Now, in addition, we have the Aloni family, Daniel, 48, and her daughter, Amelia, 5 years old. We have the Katz family, Daron Katz, 34, and her 2 daughters, Roz Katz, who's only 4, and Aviv Katz, 2 years old, the youngest of these hostages to return home. Additionally, we have some elderly women. We have Adina Moshe, 72, Margaret Moses, 78, Yafa Adir, 85, Hannah Perry, 79, and Hannah Katzir, 77 years old. Hannah Katzir was originally claimed to be killed by the Palestinian Islamic Jihad, but we do know she is now safe. One of the basic hostages, all of these people were kidnapped from Kibbutz Nir Oz. You're taking a look at some of these pictures of them as they were coming back back there that I mentioned previously. Now, as this major, this is Deaal and her daughter Amelia right there. You can see them on the screen. This is the first sign of life. Karen Munda and her son. We have the first sign of life of these hostages after 49 days. It's truly been an emotional and a very dramatic day, as well as we're taking a look at these images, and they are en route right now to go to the hospital and also meet with their families, which they have not done for nearly 7 weeks now. Now, we heard from just recently, not long ago, from Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu about their release and then returning home. Truly a significant day. Let's take a listen to what the Prime Minister had to say.
We have now completed the return of the first of our abductees. Children, their mothers, and other women. Each and every one of them is a whole world. But I emphasize to you, the families, and to you, citizens of Israel, we are committed to return all of our abductees. This is one of the goals of the war, and we are committed to achieving all of the goals of the war.
Now we're continuing to get more information about their whereabouts and exactly what this means. I want to bring in my studio guests. I'm going by Reserve Brigadier General Relic Shafir, as well as our I-24 News Senior Editor Guy Azriel Relic. As we're seeing these 13 Israelis, along with the 11 foreign nationals as well. This is very significant. We're expected to hopefully learn some more information and some more just operational information as well about where they have been held captive for the past 49 days.
It is quite probable that they won't be able to know where they were. They have probably been taken out of the wherever they were, blindfolded, or even if they were not blindfolded, it is likely that they wouldn't know where they were anyway. So as far as that's concerned, we probably won't get much information. But the treatment itself, how they were treated, and what happened to them, if there were questions on what happened to them along those 49 days, may show what the general arrangement, so to speak, with the other hostages, what their conditions are, except for what we saw at the El Shifa hospital at the time through the video shots. So a lot of information. Not sure that operationally it will bring much usable information to the IDF.
Well, operationally, as this is all happening for the next 4 days, we've already been in the first day of the ceasefire. This is day 1 of 4, where we're expecting to receive 50 hostages, total Israeli hostages. These 11 other foreign nationals were just in addition to that. But operationally right now, the IDF is abiding by a ceasefire. And as we're seeing this ceasefire, we're seeing not only them not using surveillance drones, not getting a read onto what's happening in Gaza, but we're also seeing Gazan citizens return to the north, return to some of these areas that the IDF for the past 7 weeks now has been trying to clear out. So how does that pose an operational disadvantage to what's going to happen in 4 days from now?
It is somewhat a disadvantage because these are people, once they cross into their old homes or whatever they try to scavenge, they are citizens or people who put themselves in harm's way in that they might intermix with Hamas terrorists, or they might even help Hamas terrorists come out of the piers that they were in and climb out, escape, or create connection with their commanders. And this will allow Hamas to actually understand what had happened in the northern side of Gaza, which they may have lost control of what's happening. So it will allow them to understand where they are, which is not only bad. It also may show them the aggravated situation they're in, and they're going to be, once the this humanitarian relief or ceasefire, whatever you call it, is over with. So it might lead Hamas to offer some more hostages for some more days of ceasefire. So we'll have to see how this plays out in the next few days.
Meanwhile, these freed hostages now now are making their way, we believe, to Hatzarim Air Base before being dispersed to different hospitals around the country. And at that Hatzarim base, that's where we find our I-24 News correspondent, Zach Anders, with the latest update as to exactly what's happening on the ground. Zach?
And we're told right now that they are still on their way to the base here with that exact caravan, where it is exactly being held in somewhat of a secret state, because they want to make sure that this last leg of the journey before they're going to be loaded onto the helicopters is safe. But what we do know is that they are on Israeli soil. They are inside buses right now with several other groups of both IDF staff for security, but as well as doctors and some other trained professionals that are taking this journey with them. We are told we should be able to hear when they arrive, and then they're going to stay at this base for another few hours while they receive a more in-depth evaluation and get the chance to take a shower, change of clothes, potentially meet with some of their families, we're told, that could be here at the base. And it has been interesting to see some of the more pictures and some of the media release come out. It does appear that when they were on the Egyptian side, that they were paired together, all the hostages were paired together into one bus. So it looked as though all the Thai hostages were in some seats in the back, and some of the hostages from Oz were sitting up front, but they were all together. And that maybe potentially speaks to some of the transit situations as they had to be moved from place to place. Obviously, on the Rafah crossing, the Egyptian side, there is a large swell of people and media and trucks that are staged for the supplies and what have you. So that did seem like a little bit of a navigation hurdle to move through the Egyptian side, but they are in the Israeli soil now, and that's what we're hearing is potentially just minutes away from arriving here at the air base.
Zach Anders will be coming to you later. Thank you for that update. Now, this is just the first of hopefully 50 hostages that are supposed to be coming to Israeli territory within the next 4 days, potentially. But Guy Azrael, as we continue to know that they're supposed to be receiving a list of these different hostages the day before the Israeli government. However, they have not received that list yet, correct?
Just to remind our viewers, we're talking about a deal under which Hamas will release 50 Israeli hostages over the course of 4 days of this pause in the fighting, and we saw the first 13 eventually being released today. More are going to be released in the next 3 days. Now, Israel is still expecting that list of those Israelis who will be released tomorrow. We are hearing some reports that that list will include between 10 and 13 Israelis. Obviously, the families are anxiously waiting for that news, for any sign of life, the fact the news that their loved ones will be released. What is crucial here, and that was what we saw today, was that Israel, once it gets this list, will inform the families, but will do that very discreetly, to keep that away from the media, from the public, will not release the names as we saw today until that moment when they are finally on Israeli soil, both wanting to ensure that Israel does get whoever is promised, and also ensure their well-being. That is being kept confidential. Even if the media knows those names, we will not release them until we know that they are safely in the hands of Israel, until their families know that they are here. That was something that was stressed over and over again by IDF spokesman Daniel Hagari, that any information about the Israeli hostages, about their well-being, will first be delivered to the families and only then to the public. And that is why, like we saw today, information flows in slowly as the families confirm, are being updated, that their loved ones are now in Israel, that they're safe, and that information is being released. And nonetheless, that information has yet to be received. That next list, next batch of Israeli hostages, Israel did not receive that, and that is, of course, crucial for make that list. These are Israelis being held by Hamas, and to announce the information to families, etc., etc.
Expecting some hiccups like this. We have to remember, Israel is dealing with a terrorist organization. So when you're talking about these hostage negotiations, we have one country dealing with a terrorist group. So it's likely that hiccups are going to arise.
Exactly. This is a democracy versus a murderous terror group that uses any opportunity to use psychological warfare against the families, against the people of Israel. We mentioned just earlier the case of Hana Katsir, that Israeli hostage that was seen in one of the Hamas videos a few weeks ago, and then later was pronounced dead by the Palestinian Islamic Jihad. A very cruel statement by this other terrorist group, and then today she's being released alive. Just comes to show again the cynical use of these terror groups. Here we can see her on our screens now. Hana Katsir being reunited with her family after receiving the devastating news from these terror groups that she was killed, murdered, slaughtered, whatever that was. Having to deal with that roller coaster of emotions. Of course, we didn't publish the news of Palestinian Islamic Jihad when they announced it, because this is part of their psychological warfare. Nonetheless, this is what they try to do, to cause as much suffering to the Israeli public and to this specific family, to this poor family. In that case, eventually, it is a happy ending. Very luckily, she will be reunited with her family later this evening.
And this is all as those hostages or freed hostages are now on their way to a Syrian air base. I'm curious, like, what exactly can we expect when they do arrive to the air base? We know they're going to continue to speak with different IDF officials, different Israeli officials, but then also continue to receive medical treatment, some of it much needed medical treatment likely.
Well, we don't really know, because what we saw is that people are walking. But they weren't wheelchaired or anything like that. So this is encouraging. They'll probably be debriefed very shortly and then flown to hospitals, either to the Snyder Hospital, the families with the kids, and the other people probably to Soroka, to Beersheba. I don't think they will provide much information, but from their health point of view, I think we can be encouraged that once they're in captivity, the captives have an incentive to show that they're treating the hostages well.
However, is there also a reason or a likelihood that they release these specific hostages on purpose? That they have been treating these ones well, and yet the other more than 200 that remain captive have not been treated as well?
Well, we don't really know, but they do have an interest, I think, and we've also seen this before, to show to the international world, to the Arab world, that they are humane, and they'll do their utmost once they're in captivity to provide proof for that. So while we try to paint them as dark as we can, remember that this is a game of putting pressure or showing off to the world, to the media, to the Arab world, who they are, and so on. And Yahya Sinwar, in that regard, is a pretty smart guy, as we've seen so far. So they're not going to do, I think, anything that will harm their public image, except for what had happened on the October 7th that we all know of. And they'll want to recoup on that as much as they can. So while we are very centered on what we feel and our point of view, the world is seeing something else, and we should be aware of this and be able to interact with how the world sees.
So how is that going to complicate efforts when we are in a ceasefire right now, and the world is seeing the narrative that, look, now these innocent Gazans are not being killed by Israeli airstrikes anymore, a media narrative that we continue to see. So when we do continue to pick up the fighting, it's going to be interesting. We're going to keep talking about this, but first we want to continue to talk about exactly what's happening with the hostages before we continue to talk about the day after this ceasefire. We have our Pierre Kochelar, who's actually been at what's now been known as Hostage Square in Tel Aviv, speaking to some of the community members here in Tel Aviv. Pierre, what's it like out there?
It's very sad because it conjures up the October 7 massacre. And although there is a little bit of relief for those who were released, liberated from the Hamas jails, it's not enough, obviously, and there's always this feeling, but why only for kids? You hear that amongst the people here. Why only for children? Now, you have this man who's holding this poster probably for the past almost 50 days. Elkanah Bout 34, sorry. And he usually wears that. And you have this man also, Avere Mengistu, 9 years in jail, in Hamas jail in Gaza. And these two men are wearing that almost like flak jackets, but it's a reverse flak jacket because they hope to protect their sons. They hope to protect them. It's not that they're protecting these people, it's the opposite, it's the other way around. Elkanah was kidnapped when he was the barman of the Nova Festival in which 360 people were killed. And here you have a mute piano. And that piano belongs to Aaron Oel, 22, also kidnapped. And his mother insisted of having the piano here to play until the last note, until he is liberated. But unfortunately, not everybody knows to play piano. So we have people playing piano, but right now nobody is here playing it, and the piano is mute. And this man is standing next to the piano like a watchman, watching over his son. And these are the scenes that you see all the time here. So maybe some sort of relief for those who were liberated from the jails in Gaza, from the damp tunnels. But there is such a sense of sadness. It conjures up all the trauma of this society, which is weaved so tightly that there is no one in Israel that doesn't know somebody who was either murdered or kidnapped, or knows somebody who knows somebody who was murdered or kidnapped. And as a result, it's a national trauma, and it's very difficult not to be attracted by this sadness, because you see some comfort. You seek comfort in order to
Ang lamig-lamig, guys.
Not to seclude yourself, not to seclude your pain the way the hostages are being secluded. And that's very important for people to be able to express their anxiety and their fears. I've heard one woman telling me, what will happen to my kids in 20 years from now? It's an existential battle that Israel is fighting, and the people here are very aware of that, because
the national trauma is truly something that is difficult to get past, and those images that you're sharing with us, Pierre, are truly heartbreaking, even though there is a glimmer of hope right now. Pierre Kochelar, thank you for that update from Tel Aviv. Now, meanwhile, as we're taking a look at this somber, almost a memorial for the hostages, we're seeing on the other spectrum, Palestinians almost celebrating outside of Palestinian prisons, specifically the Ofer prison. They're sending fireworks, they're waving the Palestinian flag, but not just the Palestinian flag, they're also waving the Hamas flag, the Fatah flag, flags of terror groups. So these are the two contrasting images that we're seeing throughout Israel right at this moment, as 13 Israelis who were kidnapped straight out of their beds, innocent citizens, are now finally being returned home. You feel the heartbreak by many Israelis. Meanwhile, as 39 Palestinian prisoners convicted of different terror acts, some of them even convicted of attempting murder, are now being exchanged. 3 Palestinian prisoners for every 1 Israeli. These are the scenes that you're seeing in some of these streets in different West Bank communities in East Jerusalem. That's what we're taking a look at right now. Rabbi Shafir, as we're taking a look at this, it goes to show just exactly what Israel is paying for these hostages. 39 prisoners and violent prisoners, might I add, that were committing different terror acts for the majority of the time. What happens next? This is a big price to pay. However, Israel was more than willing to pay for it. But with these Palestinian prisoners, it does pose a security threat, and we're seeing it's celebrated through many of the streets.
This is expected, and the price is not that great because these prisoners were not convicted of murder. And when we look down the road, once soldiers...
They're really going to get back to you. We're going to the IDF spokesperson, Daniel Hagari. Let's take a listen.
קרן, אוהד, עדינה, חנה, מרגלית, יפה וחנה שבו הערב
returned home this evening.
גם שבו גם 11
With them returned also 11 foreign nationals.
כולם עברו הערכה
They all underwent initial medical examination at the Kerem Shalom crossing, and they are not under life danger.
הם יגיעו
In a short while, they will arrive at Palestinian base where they will be in touch with their families, complete medical examinations, and from there will be transferred by helicopters to the hospitals to meet their families. Also, the foreign nationals will meet the representatives of their states and be transferred to hospitals. For each of the people returning home today is a whole world. Their return is our moral duty. All of the IDF commanders and fighters have operated for long weeks together with the security establishments for their return home. We must not forget this evening that each of those returning home still have a family member or a relative that was slaughtered or is held captive in Gaza. This is great sadness. Together with joy and excitement, the footage of those hostages returning to Israel is a great sense of relief. At the same time, our hearts are with the hostages that are still being held in Gaza. We embrace the families of the hostages, and they are always in our eyes. We have the moral duty to return them all home. This is only the beginning of the process. We are ready for the next return of hostages. These are complicated days. Nothing is sealed until it's done. We must be prepared for that. We do not forget for one moment that Hamas is a cruel enemy and merciless. We, more than ever before, we must not spread unverified information. The dear Hana Kathir, who returned home today after the terror groups claimed that they had killed her a few days ago. Therefore, we must rely on information given by official sources only. In Gaza, in the morning hours, IDF forces were set in the hose lines. The safety of our fighters is our top priority. This will be safety of our fighters is above all. The IDF prepared the readiness for the next stages. IDF troops are ready in all arenas. Our policy is clear. We will operate against any threat on the state of Israel. Even during the pause, we must stay vigilant and ensure in the home front on the guidance. These are life-saving guidance. We're giving notices to the families of 392 IDF fallen soldiers. We remember the heroes of that Saturday. Thanks to what they did, and we will win. We embrace the families' questions.
We were just hearing from the IDF spokesperson Daniel Hagari talking about this significant day as not only 13 Israeli hostages returned home back to Israel, but also 11 foreign nationals as well. He mentioned just the continued efforts of the IDF as they continue to go through and receive more hostages. But as we know with this deal, we will hopefully be receiving at least 50 Israeli hostages within the next coming days. Unfortunately, we're going to continue to break down everything that he continues to say because these are ever-changing days, and we know that these 13 or 24 hostages are on their way right now to continue to receive medical care, continue to meet with IDF forces, and hopefully for the first time in 49 days finally see their family members. It's been a very emotional day as we continue to see these live images and these images of these different family members coming. I want to thank not only Guy Azriel, but also Relic Shafir for your insight as we continue to see exactly what's happening and get more information about the latest developments. Day 49, and finally seeing a glimpse of life for some of these hostages able to return back to Israel. We're going out for a break here on I-24 News. Let's stay with us.
Israel is at war. Make an investment in Israel bonds. It is the most powerful and direct way to stand with Israel. Visit israelbonds.com and invest now.
Made for me, a unique concept in Israel. Custom-made men's fashion to your measurements. Made for me, designer of all your events. Schedule your appointment at www.madeforme.co.il. Made for me, official dresser of I-24 News. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you for tuning in to the I-24 News Desk. I'm Nicole that is live in Jordan. 13 of the 240 Israeli hostages are now back home after 49 days in Hamas captivity. Take a look at these faces on your screen. This is Hannah Katzir, 77 years old. Margalit Moses, 77. Yafa Adair, 85. Hannah Perry, 79. Adina Moshe, 72. Now we also have Daniel Aloni and her daughter, Amelia Aloni, 90 years old. We also have the Mulder family, Lucy, Karen, and Ohad, who's only 9 years old. He just recently celebrated his birthday in Gaza, and now he is finally back home in Israel. Along with them, we have the Asher family, Daron and her 2 daughters, Aviv Asher, who's 2 years old, and Ross Asher, 5 years old. Now, in addition to these faces on your screen, Hamas also released 10 Thai citizens and 1 Filipino who were abducted on October 7th. This is completely separate from the ceasefire deal between Hamas and Israel. They were handed over to the Red Cross and transferred to Israeli forces through the Rafah border crossing in Egypt. From there, the 24 free hostages. They have just arrived at an Israeli airbase in the south, where they'll be monitored before being moved to hospitals around the country and finally reuniting with their families. It has been an incredibly emotional day as it truly marks the first sign of life of some 240 hostages that were ripped out of their homes and communities nearly 7 weeks ago to the day. The 13 Israelis are the first of 50 hostages set to be released during a 4-day ceasefire with Hamas. For every one Israeli hostage, Israel will release 3 Palestinian prisoners, all women and minors, that were being held for terror offenses, including attempted murder. Now, 39 convicted terrorists were freed today, bust out from Omer prison in the West Bank. That day is only day 1 of the 4-day ceasefire, and Israel says they will agree to another day of truce for every 10 additional hostages released by Hamas. Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh today said Hamas is committed to abiding by the terms of the truce as long as Israel does the same. The question many people in Israel are wondering is how can you trust a deal with the devil? Well, to break down this historic day in Israeli history, I'm joined in studio by Brigadier General Amir Abidi, as well as our I-24 News senior editor, Guy Azriel. Amir, this is historic, and we know within moments ago that the 24 free hostages have just arrived at Hatzerim Air Base in southern Israel. What can we expect going forward? Because this is just day 1 of hopefully 4 days where we're going to see this exact situation play out again and again.
Well, first off, I'm so happy for the families. I'm sure they're so excited. And all the people of Israel, of course, are so happy to see the hostages come back. We'll see probably the next coming days all the 50 hostages hopefully returning. But at the same time, we have to understand that Hamas is using this time to organize, to equip, to do things that might undermine our overall war effort to destroy Hamas. So we need to be very, very alert and ready. I'm really worried about them trying to take hostages, especially soldiers, out of Gaza. This is something we need to make sure that doesn't happen. Hopefully we can really control this.
And how do we control this over the next?
So it's complicated. I'm not sure I have the answer. I know Gaza very well. They're also trying to push the society back north. And we see the idea struggling, trying to stop them. So what will be the dynamics, even in Judea and Samaria, what will happen now that Palestinians have been released? And what it will do on the ground? There are many, many questions that, and we will see that in the coming days.
Meanwhile, in the coming days, we are expecting to see more Israeli hostages released. However, as part of that deal, we need the names of them. Israel needs the names of them the night before, correct? However, there's reports, Guy, that Israel has yet to receive the names of some of these hostages that should be coming home tomorrow.
As far as we understand, that list has not been provided to Israel. That this stage and part of the deal is that Israel will be given the list of Israelis to be released the following day. And each of those 4 days of this deal, we're expecting between 10 and 13 Israelis, according to the reports received in the recent hour. But an Israeli official speaking to Channel 12 News said the delay is merely technical. We certainly hope that that is the only reason. Having said that, it is still late, where that list was supposed to be provided at 4 p.m. today. We're now at 9 p.m. in Israel. Obviously, this is important as Israel has to go over the list, has to approve it. Part of the very long process, as we saw today, of these prisoners release deal. The Israelis were set to be released at 4 p.m. It took quite a lot of time until they were out of Gaza, until they made their way into Israel, and still now waiting to meet their families that will be flown by helicopters to the hospitals.
And meanwhile, we did hear from Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu about the significance of this historic day and these 13 Israeli hostages finally back home here in Israel. Let's take a listen.
We have now completed the return of the first of our abductees, children, their mothers, and other women. Each and every one of them is a whole world. But I emphasize to you, the families, and to you, citizens of Israel. We are committed to return all of our abductees. This is one of the goals of the war, and we are committed to achieving all of the goals of the war.
It has been an emotional day for citizens really throughout the country, and I want to go live to our correspondent Pierre Koshler, who is in Tel Aviv in what's now being called Hostage Square. Pierre, what are you hearing from some of the citizens and the residents here in Tel Aviv?
I'm here with Yair Keshet. Yair's sister is the mother of Yarden Bibas. Yarden, Shiri, Ariel 4, and Kfir, who turned 10 months during his captivity in the jails of Hamas, are still held in the jails in Gaza. I want to ask you, Yair, how come they were not on the first group? Do you have an assurance that they will be freed?
Nobody can guarantee anything. We are dealing here with terror. We are dealing with Hamas, ISIS, which are terrorists, and they can change everything as they like. We are trying right now to get lists and everything with America and Qatar. They are involved. We hope that since they are there, they can influence and the list will be accurate. But there is no guarantee for that. We hope we will see him the next time, in the next phase. I don't know.
Maybe tomorrow.
Maybe tomorrow. I hope that everybody will celebrate. And I came here to celebrate with the others that get free right now, with all the families. We are glad with their families because we are here like a big family, all of them. We are here 160 families that were kidnapped, 240 that were kidnapped per person, and right now we are very happy for each of them that is coming back from the captivity.
Do you feel the support of the people? Look, people are just behind you. They want to support you.
Yeah, I can tell you. Here in this square is kind of a holy square because we are all together. We are a big family. I said about 160 families, but you know, all the Arab country is one big family now because what we have, it is what is tragedy. In this tragedy, we are all together. I'm saying you that there is no politics here. People from the left wing or the right wing, we are together here. They are coming here to support. There is no matter if one is religious and the other is not. Everybody is together. No matter right now, Arab or Jews. There are Arabs that were kidnapped also. They are also our family now. Arab, there are 6 of them, I think, were kidnapped as well. So we are all together in this tragedy against the terrorists, against the Hamas, Daesh. They are even worse than Daesh. Everybody was shocked when they saw they're coming ahead of somebody of I think a journalist Daesh. What Hamas is doing is much worse than Daesh. Later on they won't say like Daesh, they will say like Hamas. They butchered babies, children, women, rape, burned everybody. We couldn't identify the bodies because what they did. They are butchers.
Thank you very much, Yair. You see, I just want to have a look at the people that are just behind him, and you have people from very young people like this little girl, and also older like this young woman, but also people that are in their 50s and 60s. They're all behind him, and I think that this is very much what the Israeli society feel like. A weaved society with people intermingling together, sharing the same fate, sharing the same pain. And this place, as he said, is almost like a sacred place because this is a place where you can release the grief and the pain that you've been holding for see that all these people may be like wandering souls, but they're here only for one goal, to
Oh,
have all the hostages liberated.
kumusta Marichelle Patches?
You heard them, people.
Buhay na buhay.
Thank you for that heartwarming and hopeful report. We appreciate it. Now,
Hayop ka.
meanwhile, we're waiting on
Pagkahayop mo, kakatawag mo lang, ganyan naman ang trade mo.
Biden. You can see that podium right here, the United States.
Anak, kumusta?
Really the two spearheading factors behind this hostage
Siyempre, dyan tayo
we
magkaano.
are awaiting a press
Ay, wala na akong flat. Matutulog ako sa'yo pag mag-day off ako, ha?
correspondent continuing our team coverage on the ground. We have our correspondent Jack Anders, who's at the Turing Air Base, where these hostages just arrived moments ago.
Aalis na kami.
Yeah, as of 20 minutes ago, they arrived on base.
Eh, may
This is a
pupuntahan sila.
process that is happening in stages. So the initial pickup takes place.
Ako naman, di ko alam kung magde-day off ako o hindi, di ba? Si Ate Franz, dyan sa flat niya.
This is a staging point of sorts for them to
Next year.
get collected. There are doctors and psychologists on hand that are going to be providing a more in-depth kind of analysis, almost like a physical.
Nahanap mo siya?
Going to be obviously an abbreviated version because they want to keep the amount of time
Kailan?
here on this base rather short, that they want to get them into the helicopter.
Nang alin, ba't di mo ako, ikaw talaga di ka nagsasaba, bakit?
And their families, where that's the expected reunion is at these hospitals.
Para saan yun?
They did feel that it was important enough that there's an initial debrief here where they have that access to the healthcare, the psychologists who are going to meet with the children, and some of these children may not have, we've been told, may not have been fully aware of what even happened on October 2nd.
Sa loob, mahal, di ang sakit.
They be told what events took place, and the word that we're hearing today is that the main goal is to keep them calm and happy and get them what they need so that the news of the last
yan ba yung connected sa sa ano mo, sa paa mo ba yun sumasakit? Buti nakakapagsalita ka na, mahal. Inalagaan ka niya? Talaga. Buti na lang.
Actually, on a little bit more of, I wouldn't say high alert, I would say that the security on the base has kept things pretty cornered off, and they've done so out on the road as well. The media is staged in a very specific area. They haven't given us any access to the roadways where we would be able to see these buses coming in. And maybe that's perhaps for the best. You see those images of the swarms of people and the folks with their camera phones and the cameras shoved up against the window as they were coming through the Rafah crossing. That is a very overstimulating experience. The goal here, we're told by the Israeli officials, is to keep this a very slow and gradual reentry, that they're trying to create an environment that is comfortable.
Buti nakakatawa ka na. Di ang sakit nun, mahal.
This is all about reentry and a slow and smooth reentry. So for right now, we only have access to the ability to some of the information that they're relaying on base, and that when those helicopters start to take off, that will be close to our position, or we'll be able to see that. Other than that, though, they've asked for the immediate community and the people in this area to give this base space, to give them space.
Zach Anders, thank you for that update. I'm sure we'll be coming back to you later.
Matagal na, di ba?
Now, meanwhile, as we heard from also our correspondent here, Kloschler, speaking to some of the families who are still, their loved ones still held captive in Gaza. Some people probably wondering why these 13 were released.
Ano yun, pina-check up mo?
However,
yun ang,
only 4 children were released today. Many babies, children are still captive in Gaza. So, Amir, can you walk us through possibly the deciding factor behind when these
Ang layo, sabi niya.
report was released.
I don't really know, but I know one thing, that Israel insisted on whole families not releasing a child without the mother or the grandmother. So this is, I guess, part of the reason why we see this specific release. And I think it will continue like that. But I must tell you that we have to understand what's going on really overall strategic situation. What's happening is
Amir, I hate to cut you off, but we are seeing Joe Biden quote again. Let's take a listen.
Kaya,
Gather together with loved ones and to give thanks. We must be thankful for America.
parang wala na daw yatang papasukin na galing doon kasi yung mga ano pala, yung mga iba pala mahal, sila yung naging spy.
We also be thankful that families being recruited and reunited with loved ones who have been held hostage for nearly 50 days. Beginning this morning, under a deal reached by extensive U.S. diplomacy, including
Sabi ng amo ko, parang yun ang ano.
office to leaders across the region. Fighting in Gaza will halt for 4 days. This deal also is structured to allow a pause to continue for more than 50 hostages to be released. That's our goal. This morning, I've been engaged with my team as we began the first difficult days of implementing this deal. It's only a start, but so far it's gone well. Earlier this morning, 13 Israeli hostages were released, including an elderly woman, a grandmother, and mothers with their young children, some under the age of 6 years old. Separately, several Thai nationals and Filipino nationals were also kidnapped by Hamas on the 7th. They were released as well. All of these hostages have been through a terrible ordeal, and this is the beginning of a long journey of healing for them. The teddy bears waiting to greet those children at the hospital are a stark reminder of the trauma these children have been through, and at such a very young age. Jill and I
Paano siya
keeping
pinapadala?
all of our prayers today. Today has been a product of a lot of hard work and weeks of personal engagement. From the moment Hamas kidnapped these people, I, along with my team, worked around the clock to secure their release. We saw the first results of this effort with the release of 2 American hostages in late October, followed by the release of 2 Israeli hostages. I've consistently pressed for a pause in the fighting for 2 reasons: to accelerate and expand humanitarian assistance going into Gaza, and 2, to facilitate the release of hostages. And over the past several weeks, I've spoken repeatedly with the Emir of Qatar, the President Sisi of Egypt, and Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel, to help secure this deal, to nail it down. And I want to thank all 3 leaders for their personal partnership to get this done. I spoke with the Emir and President Sisi and Prime Minister Netanyahu again on Wednesday to confirm the elements of the engagement. As I said, today's release are the start of a process. We expect more hostages to be released tomorrow, and more the day after, and more the day after that.
Lagi tumatawag yung ano.
Dozens of hostages will be returned to their families. We also remember all those who are still
Malasot mahalin ang ginusto mo.
committed to work for their release as well. 2 American women and 1 4-year-old child, Abigail, who remains among those missing. We also will not stop until we get these hostages brought home and an answer to their whereabouts. I remain in personal contact with the leaders of Qatar, Egypt, and Israel to make sure this stays on track and every aspect of the deal is implemented. You know, this extended pause in the fighting brings a critical opportunity to deliver
Isya, anong balak mo sa akin? Kamu sana
to the civilians in Gaza, and we are not wasting 1 single minute. Since my trip to Israel last month, I've been focused on accelerating the delivery of humanitarian assistance to Gaza in coordination with the United Nations and the Red Cross. I just spoke with my special envoy for the Middle East humanitarian mission, David Satterfield, for an update. And I've asked him to monitor our progress hour by hour, keeping me personally informed. From the beginning, we put in place